Good morning. In line with government regulations, patrons are reminded anybody in the stadium who is not completely sitting down must be wearing a mask at all times except for this current government regulations and applies to us for all events. Thank you.
attention athletes with competitors in the men's discus and the Decathlon discus report to call room 3, please. That's the discus competition to call room 3. Just a reminder to athletes completing the discus, can you make your way to call room 3, please? That's the discus, in addition to those competing in the Decathlon. Please report to call room 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, in line with COVID regulations, all persons sitting down should be wearing masks, and there should be no guardians or parents in the stand. It is only for officials and staff only. The stands are only for official and staff only. All other people should be on the terraces. Thank you.
When Hunter Peters man, as soon as the leg drop is available, he'll announce it for you. So as soon as the leg drop is available, we'll announce it.
Hello. You can't be up here, sorry. stops it otherwise. No, unfortunately, it's not on here. No worries, just that terrace there or that terrace. Yeah, unfortunately. Yes, that terrace or that step bank or the terrace up there. No better?
know Decathlon or DCA anyway. DCA will have some sort of ownership here.
Okay, so good morning to, or I'd say actually a good afternoon to Morton Stadium for day 2 of the Irish Life Health National Combined Event Championships and the AAI Games. Myself, Dave Sweeney, and Jackie Frayne will be with you on commentary for this afternoon's session. So a full list of the scheduled events and a link to the live results can be found by heading over to Athletics Ireland Facebook or Twitter pages.
So as you join us, the ladies are going to their blocks for the second series of their 100 metres. There were 3 races in the first series, and there will be 2 races in the second series. I'll quickly give you the runners from the inside. Rhianna McCarthy, Crusaders; Molly O'Reilly, DSD; Lauren Roy, City of Lisburn; Molly Scott, St. Lawrence O'Toole; Kate Doherty, DSD; Sarah Leahy, Killarney Valley; Lauren McCourt, Bandon; and Sive O'Toole, St. Lawrence O'Toole. Lovely conditions for the first series of races, and many of these girls would have registered PBs or qualifying performances. We will give you a synopsis from both series at the end. I think it's probably better than rather giving you one and then contradicting if they run a quicker time in the second. So also on at the moment in the field, the ladies' long jump has just started, and we will give you a roundup of the earlier field events that completed before we came on air. So Dave, good performances.
Yeah, so this morning actually it was there were some really good performances. Molly Scott was flying in the earlier series, and she's probably got a little tighter opposition today and this afternoon with Kate Doherty, Lauren McCourt, and Lauren Roy. And
yes. Molly got her first qualifying standard for the 100 metres. Under 23, she ran 11:61 in the first series, so she'll be looking to back that up with another good run in the second series.
And I think at this time of year, a lot of these athletes are, the big thought in their head is qualifying for major championships. So we have a lot of stuff coming up, European under-20s, European under-23s, and of course Olympic Games. So
So Molly Scott very quick out of the blocks as ever. Kate Doherty just behind her. And Lauren Roy in third. And on the inside, Rhianna McCarthy having a very good run. That looked like a clear victory there from Molly Scott from Kate Doherty.
yeah, that was very impressive. I don't see our clock at the finish line is just not coming up here. But we'll try and get you the time of that as soon as possible.
Just a final reminder about the 100 metres men. Can you make sure that you're anchored for Series 3 if you wish to run at the white tent at the end of the main stand? Thank you.
So you can see Molly going through there again. And here
So
on the
Jennifer
long
Hanrahan
jump. Yep.
of Tala on the long jump run up ran a PB of 11:98 for the 100 metres this morning.
She brought in good speed there, Jackie, yeah. And seemed to convert it. Huh?
Unfortunately, there's no scoreboard in the stadium, so we have to wait till the end of each round to bring you updates, but we'll give you an update at the end of each round.
So it's actually quite sultry here in Santry today. A lot of cloud cover, but it's very warm. And the wind has died down a little bit from what it was yesterday. So to be honest, it's quite ideal conditions. What they've done is they've turned the finishing straight to the far end of the stadium to give athletes the benefit of any wind that's there, and I think the athletes all appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree, Dave. A lot of the athletes were really complimentary yesterday of the organisers for doing that, and very thankful. It was a great opportunity for them to run fast without having to travel. COVID adding such extra dimensions and difficulties to travel at the moment, so I'm delighted for those that stayed at home are getting good conditions for fast running here.
Yeah, I think as everybody's probably aware, there's it's been extremely difficult over the last number of months trying to get competitions off the ground. You know, the government are keeping a very tight rein on things here, and the restrictions being put on organisers is it's been very challenging. So to run these competitions, it's there's a lot of organisation, and you're trying to be as efficient as possible with all the staff involved, because you're only allowed a maximum of 100 people in the stadium at any one time. So trying to bring as many athletes in, run them efficiently with all those officials, and still have a quality event is a big challenge. And obviously that's led to I guess a lot of athletes travelling overseas. There's a huge amount of athletes in all sorts of events around Europe, where I think things are a little bit more open. But it's great to see Jackie, I don't know, the results coming in from overseas over the last few weeks. Been phenomenal, really.
Yeah, there's some really impressive performances. Quite a few of our senior athletes chose to take a block of races away on the continent, and the depth that we saw at the 800 metres in particular for the women has been carried over into the outdoor season, and there are several girls moving towards the 2 metre barrier, and it's great
2
to
minutes,
see.
I think.
2 minute barrier, sorry. And it's great to see. And then a number of our sprinters also, like Sarah Lavin and Kieran Neville, Phil Healy, they all chose to have a block abroad. It just means that when they have to come home, they have to go into a home quarantine, and after 5 days produce a negative PCR test before they're allowed to come out of it. So to mitigate against missing too much racing time, that was the best option for them. Okay, race 2 in the women's 100 metres coming up. From the inside, Sinead Regan, Eva McParland, Charlotte Wingfield, Alana McGuinness, Lucy May Slayman, Claudia Sophia Andre, Ciara Henning and Niamh O'Neill. One to watch here, Lucy May Slayman is very young, up-and-coming Leavelle sprinter under the guidance of Brian Norton in Leavelle. Would have been targeting the European under-18s before it was cancelled, so one of our prospects for the future, we hope.
Yeah, looks like Lucy May Slayman has taken the lead there.
Oh dear,
very strong run.
Up injured. I hope she's okay.
It's a super run.
That looked like a super run from young Leavelle sprinter.
12:14. That may be rounded up or rounded down.
If that's confirmed, Dave, I believe that'll be a big personal best for Lucy May. I'm delighted to see that.
Super.
Great. Especially these young sprinters didn't have access to tracks during COVID, so they've been playing catch up for the last number of weeks to try and catch up in their technical work. As you can see here, she was lightning quick out of the blocks, really fast into her running. Both herself and Alana McGuinness got very quickly into the running, but then poor Alana obviously had some sort of an issue with the hamstring, and Claudia Sophia Andre and Charlotte Wingfield were closing on her towards the line. Charlotte Wingfield will compete for Malta at the team championships next week, in fact.
Wow.
She is part of Daniel Kilgallen's sprint squad.
Oh. I think over on the long jump we have looks like Grace Furlong, I think, getting ready for her next jump. Grace had an excellent PB yesterday in the triple jump. I think it was 12:54 or something, with give or take a centimetre or two. But really good good effort at the start of the year to see her pushing past her best. You know.
But Dave, it's great to see so many women in this long jump, isn't it? I believe there's 16 starters, which is a long field for them to wait between jumps, but it's great to see that field events are enjoying a bit of a resurgence.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's, I think we have so much talent in this country on our jumps, in particular, and I
That
think
looked like a nice jump from Grace. Technically, very nice. Got up in the air well, held her jump well.
actually I'm not sure that was Grace.
That was Laura, actually. Laura Frawley. You give me a bum steer there, Dave. That was actually Laura Frawley.
I thought her technique has changed.
That was Laura Frawley from Limerick. Laura, again, another under 18. One for the future, has a PB from back 2 years ago of 587, but last year she jumped 583, so Laura's hoping to target that 6 metre barrier this year.
Yeah, just referring to the number of jumpers out there, I think we've probably mentioned this before, maybe in previous broadcasts last year or whatever, that there's a huge amount of talent. We have numerous people doing sprints in the country, and I think a small proportion of those, if they transferred to jumps or throws, they would make a phenomenal impact. And
Yes, you know that I will wholeheartedly agree with you on that one. There are a lot of sprinters that I think would make very good jumpers, and you really have to have speed to be a good long jumper. So I'm really hopeful that some of them may decide to transfer over.
I suppose the challenge in that area, Jackie, is probably just having more coaches as well, that give them the encouragement and can develop those skills where you can transfer that horizontal speed into a kind of a vertical takeoff, and it's not as easy as said as done.
No, very true. I think that we've had a good buy-in to those, the coach mentoring that we ran for long jump coaches over the winter, both at high performance level and at a club level. So I'm optimistic that it's going to pay dividends this summer, and we're going to see a lot of improvement in the standards long jump. Certainly watching the girls today, there seems to be improved technique all around. The only jump I can confirm is that jump of Laura Frawley's was 5 metres 74, which is close to her personal best on her very first competition since last year, so she'll be very pleased with that.
That's a good start, yeah, definitely. We've had two phenomenal girls who've been leading the event this year, at opposite ends of the globe almost, but or opposite sides of the Atlantic anyway. Grace McKenzie, who's attending McNeese State University, she jumped 6:35 earlier in the year, and there was a big PB for her. And Grace is a heptathlete, and she made the NC2A finals, but which are just finishing today, I think. Yeah. But she unfortunately had to pull out of those with a slight Achilles tendon injury. But Grace jumped 6:35, and then in response to that, Ruby Millett, who was a phenomenal athlete coming up through the junior ranks, in the jumped 6:20, I think, as a junior, and she leapt out to 6:32 in Belfast, actually, just a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, so it's fantastic to see. And then also, I suppose, with that momentum, Sarah Boogie's been putting in phenomenal performances. She did a huge PB over 1350 and backed it up yesterday with a really good 1330 odd jump. So the girls are probably pushing the boat out, and let's see if the guys can later on, if they can respond to that.
Yeah, totally agree. Ruby will be looking to try and get a second standard here. She needs a 620 or a 635 for an A standard, 620 B standard, 635, and obviously well within her capabilities. She had a couple of windy jumps in Belfast, which were actually in the 640s, so she is looking for a legal jump plus 620 today. Looks like Katie Nulke next up on the runway. Katie competed in the high jump yesterday, cleared 160 and was unlucky to knock 165. Young Ferrybank athlete, again, one of our young stars coming through.
Yeah, Katie's from Waterford. Yeah.
Yep. Katie's best from last year is 5 metres 63. Tall athlete. Very big advantage. Always feel it in your long jumper. Long legs do help. I look like a decent sort of jump.
It's good height off the board.
Yeah, great height.
Yeah.
And a white flag, so, and a plus wind, from judging by the flags on the stand.
Yeah, Sarah Buggy, who won the triple jump yesterday, she originally was entered to start the long jump as well. But I think her coach was probably keen that she not just push the boat out too far this early in the season and just mind her body a little bit, you know. So there's a huge impact from triple jumping, and probably takes a day or two to recover from after the impact on the landing on each of the phases, you know.
Erin Fisher, City Lisburn there with her second jump. Erin posted a PB in Belfast a couple of weeks ago, 5 metres 64. If I'm correct, a pole vaulter, better known as pole vaulter. Erin?
Yeah, she's a pole vaulter as well. Excellent in both events. Her mother has been working very well with her, Lynn Fisher, and I think they both work quite closely with Jim Alexander. So Jim's doing great work up in Belfast and Antrim, and bringing the whole pole vault community forward. And good to see Peter Glass actually jumping 475 a couple of days ago, or yesterday actually.
This is Jennifer Hanrahan from Tala on the run up again. Jennifer looking to bring her 100 metre speed into her jump a little bit more, a little bit tentative. But in the middle of her leaving cert, it's a tough ask for these girls. Told me she had 2 exams on Friday, another 2 on Monday, but made the decision to run the 100 and jump here this weekend, so hopefully it'll pay dividends for her.
Yeah, I think the leaving is just a huge ask for anybody who's involved in sport, you know. I think a lot of students probably opting for assessment rather than sitting down and doing the exams, but I suppose assessment has its own challenges, and yet you have to put in that consistent effort, and it kind of rules out those guys who love cramming, like myself, anyway. So
this is Ruby Millett up on the long jump now. Tall figure from St. Albans, as I said, looking for a plus 620. That looked like a nice jump. Maybe perhaps came out of the air a little bit quick, but got good height and good speed.
She's looking closely at the tape. Walks away quite quickly, so I'm kind of guessing she's maybe not that satisfied with that one, you know. Just talking about St. Albans club, obviously Ruby's from St. Albans, and also the leading triple jumper Sarah Buggy's from St. Albans. But Sarah was in the news there in the last week with there was a national competition for both primary schools and secondary level schools, trying to encourage students to examine the science behind sport. And Sarah led a project in her local national school in Laois there, and it's the smallest school in Laois, and but they turned out they were the winners of the overall event, so they ended up being on RTE, and there was a lovely little feature showing all the athletes trying all the different events like hurdles and jumps and sprints, and so it's great to see Sarah, who's kind of starting on her secondary school teaching career, bringing the kind of leadership into that area and promoting athletics to these young kids.
That's great to see, isn't it, Dave? That's so good to hear that somebody like Sarah is giving back to sport and encouraging young people to try it.
Yeah. Well, I think the whole community there around the St. Albans Club, there's a few stalwarts there who've just driven athletics for years, mostly from the Kelly family. And but there's been so many athletes who've come out of that the stable, as we'll call them. But and maybe all these kids that were on the news last week, maybe that'll be the next generation moving forward. You know.
Maybe some of them be inspired by the Decathlon men who are on the run up here doing their pole vault, and for many of these guys, pole vault doesn't come naturally, and it's good to see them all having a go and helping one another. There's great camaraderie around the combined events. At the opposite end, we have two of our main combined eventers competing in Arona in combined events at the moment, and Diarmuid O'Connor lies in second place in the boys under 20, and Troy McConville lies in sixth place overnight. Two very good performances on their first day, and we hope it continues the second day. Kate O'Connor had a very big PB in the shot, and we await further updates from Arona.
Well, no, actually, I think we have updates on that end. Kate, who currently sits in 22nd position in the world rankings, and the top 24 go to the Olympic Games. And Kate was hoping to put in a really solid kind of performance in Arona in Tenerife this weekend. But unfortunately, she's picked up a small injury, and she's had to pull out of the second day of the competition. So it's just very unfortunate timing for Kate, you know. But hopefully we'll get it resolved and get back on track very soon, you know.
That's
Clearly,
hopefully it won't be too serious and it just won't dislodge it for too long.
Yeah. She clearly showed how physically ready she is. She put in a huge PB in the shot put yesterday, 14:52 or 54, I can't remember, but it's very, very impressive. And so certainly, I think with all the improvements she's made between hurdles and shot and her 200, you know, I think she puts all those together, you know, along with her strength, which would be javelin, and very strong in 800 meters, puts all those events together, she's going to blow the lights out, you know. So
still just waiting for the official results from the Series 2 of the women's 200 meters, and the men have just been given their heats for their Series 2. So the first heat for the men in Series 2, Bruno Iavoro from Newbridge in lane 1, Gabriel Kenide Ennis in lane 2, Joseph Ojwumi from Tala in lane 3, Israel Olatunde from UCD in lane 4, Conor Morey from Leavale in lane 5, Kieran Carty from DSD in lane 6, Paul Costello from Emerald in lane 7, and Simon Escherman from Tala in lane 8. So you'll see that Joseph Ojwumi, Israel Olatunde and Simon Escherman all trained together under the watchful eye of Daniel Kilgallen. It's great to see these boys moving fast and getting conditions in Ireland to run fast. They travelled to Tilburg recently and were unfortunate to catch unfavourable winds in one of the races, so it's great to see that conditions are good for them here today. Kieran Carty, better known as a 400 metre runner, ran a very good first 100 metres. Good to see him coming through. So, good racing prospect again, I think, Dave.
Yeah, it's really going to be good. Israel Olatunde has made huge progress this year, and looked so powerful particularly in the indoor season there. It'll be great to see him deliver.
Yeah,
You know,
qualified for the
deliver
European
here
indoors.
and
Still under 20.
deliver on the European stage as well. You know.
And Conor Morey from Leavell was 0.06 outside the B standard in the first series of the 100 metres, so I'm sure he'll be looking to dipping underneath that standard in the second series. He had a super start in the first race, so hopefully he can replicate that and carry it through to the line in the second series. So from the inside, Gaffney, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, that's the first series.
Yeah.
Iabora, Kinde, Ojuumi, Olatunde, Morey, Carty, Costello and Essuman.
Yeah, and I think we're looking particularly lane 3, 4 and 5, where we would expect our probably main performances to come from, but let's hope everybody else is pushing them all the way. So lane 3, Joseph Ojimuni. Lane 4, Israel Olatunde. And lane 5, Conor Morey from Leavell. So their PBs are 10:63, 10:61 and 10:56.
Very even break for the boys there. Possibly just Israel. Joseph pushing him all the way and Conor just behind him. That looks like a good win there for Israel.
Yeah. Very close out of the first 20 metres, and then Israel seemed to power out as he came out of that drive phase.
Yeah, really seemed to relax into his running and ran a really good second half of his race there. I think he'll be very pleased with that.
So heat 2 in series 2 now going to competition. That's heat 2 of 100 meters.
So watching again, yes, very even break, and Israel just forges ahead in the second half, but Joseph pushed them all the way to the line. Conor Morey just behind him, and on the inside, Bruno Iavora from Newbridge and Gabriel Kaneda from Ennis running well. So some of the leading jumps in the ladies' long jump after 2 rounds. Ruby Miller's 6 metres 13.
Oh, super.
Jennifer Hanrahan with 5.99. Poor Jennifer really wants to break that 6 metre barrier, so I hope she gets that today. Laura Frawley with 5.79 and Katie Nulke with a big PB of 5.81. So that's some really good jumping so far.
Fantastic.
There's Katie Nulke on one way again. So as we prepare for the next race in the men's 100 metres, Israel will wait for his time. He ran a PB 10.59 in Series 1 to finish third, so having won that Series 2, he'll be looking to push on from that. Conor Morey also ran at PB 10.56, and Stephen Gaffney had an excellent win in Series 1 with 10.49, but he obviously chose not to compete in the second series. And another one that was lane 8 in that Series 2 first heat was Simon Escherman, who ran a big PB of 10.87, winning his heat in the first series. So very competitive, and it's great to see these guys getting a second try.
Yeah, Stephen Gaffney's on fire at the moment. He had a phenomenal run last week in Salamanca. 10.44, and so he's I think he's matched the PB of his coach Kieran McDonough. So he said his next goal is to beat his coach So nothing like a little incentive and bragging rights. Yeah, Stephen's coach, Kieran McDonough, of course, was our represented Ireland for many years in the long jump, and well over 8 meters, and phenomenal talent. So we've a couple of events going on here at the moment. We have the pole vault for the decathletes, and it's very early days at the moment. I think sometimes they at these early stages they might prefer the cameras are not on them. These guys are not particularly specialists in the pole vault, but it is of course one of the 10 events in Decathlon, and it's probably something that's going to be. I think it's an event that's definitely on the up in Ireland.
Heat 2, Series 2, men's 100 metres. Onumera from Metro St Bridges on the inside, John Grant from Celebration lane 2, Charles Okafor from Mullingar in lane 3, Joseph Finnegan Murphy, Tala lane 4, Jared O'Donnell lane 5, Leo Morgan lane 6, Adam Murphy lane 7, and Colin Doyle lane 8. Good even break there. Charles Okafor running well, and on the outside Colin Doyle I think just takes that one. Jared O'Donnell running another good 100 metres. I know he was very pleased with his first series 100 metres. Better known as a 110 hurdler. Jared has run 200 metre flats today. It's great to see. Good for the speed.
It looks like a nice throw from Elizabeth Moreland in the javelin. In the heptathlon, looks around the 40 metre mark. Close enough. It's we just looking at the flags now. The flags are blowing down the stadium in the face of the javelin throwers. So probably she's gonna, any throwers coming in there, they're gonna need to keep their flights quite low into that wind.
Watching this again, very, very even break. Unaware from Metro St Bridges on the inside, and Charles Okafor in the centre, and Colin Doyle on the outside share spoils in that one, I think.
I think Colin Doyle, it looked like to me.
Yeah, I think so.
Looked very strong. I think the angle here is a little deceptive.
Colin ran in the 200 metres yesterday and just missed out on a qualifying standard for the European under 23s by a couple of hundredths of a second, and chose not to run the Series 1 of the 100 metres today in order to give him a little bit of a break, but did decide to run the Series 2, so hopefully that works out for him. His coach Alan Mahoney has been working on getting Colin back. He's been out with injuries over the last couple of years, so it's great to see Colin back and sprinting fast again. He would be a training partner of Conor Morey, so it's always great when there's a couple of sprinters training together, pushing each other.
The Leavale Club in Cork are just producing so many athletes at the moment. It's like everywhere I look I see a Leavale vest, whether it be in the pole vaults or sprints or hurdles or whatever. But and I think it's a testament to the huge investment they made a few years ago with their high performance indoor centre. The amount of work that's been done on the technical events with the Leavale Club is just massive, and I think if that model that they've obviously invested for many, or saved for many years, and put their money away wisely, and but I think it's really going to pay off for them in the coming years, and it's paying off for Irish athletics as well. So it's fantastic.
Absolutely, great to see. I think Brian Norton is responsible for the young sprinters down there. He's got a nice group of John Norton. I think I apologise, John. I think I called you Brian the last time as well. John Norton, responsible for the young sprinters down there, and bringing a nice crew them through. And they have a nice bunch of pole vaulters coming through under the guidance of Eamon Flanagan. And They also have Alan Mahoney's older sprints group, and then they would have some jumpers and right across the board, and then obviously depth and distance running. So it's great to see.
Yeah, Donald Moynihan is doing some great work in throws, particularly javelin. He's got a great crew together. Actually, his daughter Katie is going here in the javelin. It's a nice clearance in the pole vault.
So series Heat 3, Series 2 of the men's 100 metres, getting ready to go on their blocks. Edward Carthy from DSD in lane 1, Conal Gallagher Crusaders lane 2, Enola Meogaby from Leevale in lane 3, Gavin Dillon from Emerald in lane 4, Anthony Dillon from Dunleer in lane 5, Adam Kavanagh from DSD in lane 6, Carthy from Emerald in lane 7, and Aaron Cushion from Tullamore in lane 8. Looks like the wind's picked up a little bit, but it's behind these guys, so they won't mind.
And you can see Tristan Chambers from Bandon getting ready on the pole vault run up.
Tristan lies in second place in that under 20 decathlon overnight.
Yep. His brother,
maybe third.
His brother Dylan is. They're pushing each other all the way.
Yep, they lie in second and third. It's great that they train together, and they train with Diarmuid O'Connor under the watchful eye of Frank Stam. So great to see some decathletes coming through there too. Heat 3 on their blocks: Carthy, Gallagher, Mayoby, Dillon, Kavanagh, McCarthy, and Cushion. Tall figure in lane 3 from Leeville. Looks like he has been pushed all the way by the athlete just outside him in lane 4, Gavin Dillon from Emerald. So I think that looked like Gavin Dillon from Emerald from Enola Meogaby from Leevale. Watch again on the replay, it was quite a close finish.
2 more Leevale vests in that race. You can see for many of the athletes here today, it's almost like a reunion for them. A lot of their competitors they haven't seen for so long, and there's lots of little chats going on away from the competition environment. But they're so kind of happy to see each other again, but also I suppose that brings with it a lot of nerves that they haven't competed for so long, and sometimes it's difficult to put your head back on the chop again. You're ready for the chop, but
but I think sometimes we forget the camaraderie they have. They compete against each other on the track, but as soon as they're finished, they have great camaraderie, don't they? And it's something that's been missing. They're all you can see they're all very mindful of their social distance. There's no one. All the elbow pump has become the new high five or hug. So it's good to see all these athletes adhering to this, and it's great to see meets being able to run in a huge stadium like this, that really they are spaced out and it's so easy for them to social distance.
Yeah, I mean, this is just it's a perfect environment for introducing sport again.
This looks like Grace Furlong on the ladies' long jump run up. I think they're on their third round, but we await an update from the pit.
To bring in good speed in.
Good speed into the board. Jump there by Grace. I can give you the field for Heat 4, Series 2 of the men's 100 metres. Lane 1, Jack Saunders from Tullamore. Lane 2, Sufi Kadur from Selfridge. Lane 3, David Rock, Father Murphy. Lane 4, Declan Owens, Mayo. Lane 5, Owen O'Sullivan, Selbridge. Lane 6, Alex Lee, Galway City Harriers. Lane 7, James Sullivan, DSD. And Lane 8, Owen Duffy, Athletics Northern Ireland, unattached.
So the two stronger athletes here, Owen O'Sullivan from Selbridge and Alex Lee from Galway City Harriers. This is maybe PBs of 1187, 1188. Okay, we have either a false start or a faulty start. So let's see if there's a red card or a green card shown to any of the athletes. Hopefully they all get to go again. So again, from lane 1, Jack Saunders in 1, Sufi Kadur from Jack Saunders from Tullamore, Sufi Kadur Selbridge, David Rock from Father Murphy's, Declan Owens in lane 4 from Mayo AC, Owen O'Sullivan from Selbridge in lane 5, Alex Lee from Galway City Harriers lane 6, James Sullivan from Dundrum, South Dublin in lane 7, and Owen Duffy from Northern Ireland in lane 8. Athletes waiting patiently, and they go to the blocks now. I think the pole vault bar has probably gone to about 3 meters at this stage, but we'll come back to that. Yeah. And strong out, look like Selbridge, and it looks like a Mayo vest in the lead there. So that's Declan Owens is taking it out, followed closely by Owen O'Sullivan. And it looked like a very strong finish from the red and white vest. I'm not sure. So pretty close race though. Yep. It's good sprinting from these guys. You can see the white vest coming up on the right side. And I think that might have pipped it, actually. I think it was Alex Lee, actually. It looked like Alex Lee with the red and white of Galway City Harriers. But we'll try and get the results of these as soon as possible. So that's the final heat of the Series 2 of the men's 100 metres. And there'll be a slight break now. And in the meantime, we still have the women's javelin and the men's pole vault going on. The pole vault's in the men's decathlon. Yeah. actually in the pole vault competition, the AAI Games pole vault and the Decathlon pole vault are being run concurrently. But I guess the pole vault specialists will not be coming in until the higher heights.
French athletes, the next event on the track will be the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase, 2 and 30 and 30. And we'll be calling those athletes in at the next 3 months.
Update there from the women's long jump. Ruby Millett has just jumped 6 metres 28. So Dave, we'll wait to see if that's a legal jump. That would be another qualifying standard for Ruby, and she'll be much happier with that jump. We won't get the wind gauge readings till the end of the competition, but that was a much better jump.
Yeah, Ruby's really just taken control of her event this year. She seems to be bringing much more confidence down the runway and belief in herself, and it's really paying off. She was also a really good hurdler, which she probably hasn't done for a couple of years, but she's got tremendous athleticism, and it was only going to take a little time for all that to come out in a really good outcome and a good end result, like she's starting to do now.
So, if you like, Dave, I can bring you an update. I've just got an update from the long jump pit.
Go for it.
So, they're just beginning, they've just reversed the order and they've gone into round 4. Ruby Millett leads with 6 metres 28. Second place, Jennifer Hanrahan with 5.98. Third place, Katie Nulke with 5 metres 81. Then Laura Frawley with 5 metres 79. Grace Furlong with 5 metres 55. Kate Hosey, 5 metres 27. Ashlyn McHugh, 5 metres 18. Ashlyn had a good triple jump yesterday. Emily Fort from Lagan Valley, 4.87. Abby Tate from City of Lisburn, 5.07. And Anya Kerr from Finn Valley, 5.13.
That's good to see so many pushing towards the 6 metre mark. From Katie Nulke, Jennifer Hanrahan, and Laura Frawley, I think they're knocking on the door. And I think if Sarah Buggy probably had been here today, she would have been a definite 6 metre. Would have been probably around over the 6 metre mark. And then of course Sarah McCarthy has been coming back into form as well, jumping over 6 metres again. And so it's fantastic to see all these girls.
Yeah, I would agree, Dave. It's good. It's hard for this is the first competition for some of the younger ones, so they a few kinks to iron out. And for national under 20 and 23 championships last year, that was Laura Frawley with what looked like a good jump from this angle. So hopefully she'll hope to improve on her 5.79 from earlier. While we're waiting to hear about those jumps, I can bring you the result of Series 2 of the women's 100 metres. Some amazing times, but unfortunately wind assisted. The wind for the second series, heat 1 of the ladies 100 metres was 2.6, so it's over the allowable legal limit, which some of these girls would be very disappointed with, because otherwise they would have been big PBs. So the times, but please bear in mind these are wind assisted. Molly Scott 11.39, Kate Doherty 11.66, Lauren Roy 11.79, Sarah Leahy from Clarny Valley 11.96, Lauren McCourt from Bandon 11.99, Molly O'Reilly from DSD 12.02, Rihanna McCarthy from Crusaders 12.03, and Sive O'Toole from St. Lawrence O'Toole 12.29. I think you probably find there were PBs across the board, but unfortunately not allowable as the wind was too strong.
Yeah, that's such a shame. It's not hugely. It was a 2.6 wind reading. So they're allowed up to 2 meters per second, and 2.6 is just so it's not like there was a hurricane coming down there. So it's actually phenomenal running by the girls, but It's a shame that they weren't able to keep those times legal, you know.
And also, unfortunately for the Heat 2, Series 2, the ladies, the wind was 2.5, which also is over the legal limits. So these are also wind-assisted times. And again, great performances, but not legal. Lucy May Sleeman, 12.12. Charlotte Wingfield, 12.21. Claudia Sophie Andre, 12.35. Eva McPartland, 12.58. Sinead Regan, 12.90. Kira Henning, 13.31. So unfortunately for those girls, the whole of the second series for both of those races was over the allowable limit. Quick update from the long jump. Laura Frawley's just jumped a PB of 5.94.
Fantastic. There's Jennifer Hanrahan just
Gone into second place with that jump, so that was Jennifer Hanrahan. Laura's just over and taken her training partner, so it'll be great camaraderie but great rivalry also. I don't think Jennifer will be very happy with that jump. She really didn't get any height. She got good speed but no height, so she'll have to go again. So
this
Ruby
is
Millett.
Ruby Millett on the runway. So she must be buzzing with confidence after her, what'd you say?
6:28.
6:28. So come on, Ruby. That's
Very positive approach. Good speed, good pickup.
that looks very good.
Nice flight and good leg shoot. Looks happier with that. Goes back to check the distance.
I think she's trying to negotiate with David Murphy, I think, on the measuring tape there.
Seemed to hear a clap from over that direction, so hopefully it was a big jump. We'll wait for the result.
Don't pull that tape so tight. Certainly looked a very good jump, yeah. Unfortunately, one of the side effects, I guess, of having being limited on the numbers that we can bring into the stadium is that we've no scoreboards here. But I think we're limited in the number of officials that we can have, and we're trying to maximize those. So we're trying to bring you information as much as possible, but we wish we could do it a bit quicker, you know.
Okay, I've just got an update after 5 rounds in the long jump. Ruby has stretched her lead to 6 meters 33. So that last jump we just saw there was a good jump, 6 meters 33.
That's a personal best for Ruby. Yeah, by 1 centimeter.
Yeah,
I think.
backs up her 6.28. We hope that the winds are legal. As I said, we won't get the wind readings till the very end. Laura Frawley has also jumped a PB, as we brought to you a few minutes ago, 5 meters 94 to go into second place. Jennifer Hanrahan has not improved on her second round jump of 5.98, so she still lies in third place.
So that's really respectable jumping by Ruby. I mean, that's a really good standard to be bringing to the national team if we were able to go to a European Team Championships. Obviously the Team Championships were scheduled to be next weekend and still going ahead, but Ireland unfortunately had to withdraw from that competition due to a number of clashes with between the national championships being on the following weekend and COVID restrictions on entering and leaving the country. Performance into the championship, you'd end up with a really good placing. But she'll definitely be looking forward to bringing that to
European under 23s.
European under 23s, yeah.
And the poor 2 under 18s competing in this competition, Katie Nulke and Laura Frawley, both would have had their eyes in the European under 18s. And Katie Nulke with the PB today of 581 and Laura Frawley with the PB so far of 594 will both be pushing for spots at that. So that's very positive for them, and hopefully we'll find an alternative competition for those under 18 experience before they move on to their under 20 career. It's good jumping for 17-year-olds.
That's excellent, really. Yeah. I think if they could push that around the 6 metre mark, I think they definitely have been competing at championship level abroad. You know. And obviously they're just knocking on that door now.
So Laura Frawley next up on the long jump for her final jump, hoping to improve on her 594. Laura's a great competitor, doesn't like to be beaten, so I think Ruby, being a good few years older than her in second year in college, and Laura just fifth year in school, will accept that that's possible, but she certainly won't want any of her compatriots to catch up with her, so she'll be giving it everything.
Ooh.
Not bad, didn't get flight phase quite as much as we'd like, didn't straighten up in the air just quite enough, but better landing than last, so we need to put together the flight phase from the previous jump and the landing from that one, and I think we'll have some better jumps. She has a quick glance and walks away, so I'm guessing she's not terribly pleased with it.
I thought she brought pretty good commitment on the run-up on that.
Yeah.
And,
Laura hasn't had access to a track, and it's been unfortunate during COVID, but she is a very good GAA player and has been back playing team sports for the last number of weeks, which is fitness standing to her, I think.
what sports is she playing, Jackie? Yeah.
Plays football in Camogie. This is Katie Nulke, freshman PB of 581, trying to push on that. Looks like another good jump, very good leg shooter from Katie there. Long legs, huge advantage, tall athlete, rangy. That looked like a decent jump, Dave.
She turns away. I think she's hard to tell sometimes. Some of these athletes are really good poker players. You know, they don't let you know what they're thinking, and whether they're happy or sad or disappointed or elated.
So only two jump competition. From Cardiff and Ruby Millett from St. Albans.
Okay, so final two. So come on, girls. Let's really deliver on these last two jumps.
Just the final call for the winners, steeplechase, 10,000 metres. Can you just report to the podium, please?
That looked a little bit better from Jennifer. Yeah. Jennifer's trying to move into the hitch kick and is a little bit tentative about it, so we had a sort of a hitch hang going on there, I think. But it took a while for these techniques to be developed, and the athlete didn't have access to track during COVID, so we've been working hard for the last few weeks to try and develop technique, but there's a few more weeks worth of work there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was a slight hesitation just before the board. I don't know if she chopped a little, but well, she looked so
look terribly happy with the jump.
Final jump by Ruby Millett. So come on, Ruby. So let's get into a new stratosphere. Into the 640s. Forget about those 30s. So she's certainly committing to the run-up.
A good commitment there, and not a bad jump. Got nice height off the board, but probably not as much height as some of her previous jumps. Looks happy enough with it.
She certainly wants to know what it is anyway. Sometimes athletes, they know themselves when they've gone through the air, whether it's been good or bad. I'm not sure. I think it might be down a little. Yeah.
We await the official times from the men's series 200 meters. They're not posted yet, so we'll bring you those as soon as we have them.
Take it just a short break, and we'll keep the camera running on the men's pole vault from the Decathlon, and then we'll be back to you shortly. Okay, and we have the 2,000 meter steeplechase for women. They have just set off and halfway through the first lap. And we've four athletes in the field. It's been led out by Ailish Flanagan, who's Ailish based in Adams State University in USA. And she's definitely on a mission here today, looking to seriously upgrade her world ranking and try and challenge a place for Olympic qualification. She's been followed by Kerry O'Flaherty from Newcastle and District. Kerry's been a phenomenal athlete, and these two girls, PB wise, for 2,000 or for 3,000 meter steeplechase, they're very evenly matched. Then we have Emma O'Brien from Sleecoolin and Aoife Allen from St. Senan's AC. So obviously with the, I'm sure many of you are aware of the new qualification system for the Olympic Games. There's a qualifying standard, and then there's also world ranking. So the way the Olympics for the 3,000 meter steeplechase has been set out, they want 45 athletes in the field maximum, and so that 45 will be made up of people who've done the qualifying standard, and then those who are next best on the world ranking. But the world ranking points can be made up from performances in the 3,000 steeplechase and also in the 2,000 steeplechase. A lot of controversy over the whole world ranking system. Many athletes insist in favour of it, but many drastically against it. But Ailish Flanagan is running very, very strongly here. She looks very carrying herself really well, and she's definitely looking to be setting a pretty hot pace here. Ailish is looking to run in the region of 6:15. That would give her really good ranking points combined from what she's going to achieve here, and it would push her up on her, boost her chances of reaching Tokyo qualification. Ailish's best in the 3,000 steeplechase is 9:40.68, which she achieved in Eugene, Oregon, on the 7th of May, just gone by, and that puts her number 5 on the Irish all-time list. So 3:45, passing, just gone through the 200 mark. Of course, everything is. It's a bit confusing for some people watching here. The finish line is, they've changed the finish line for the sprinting events, but keeping it back to the standard stadium finish for this particular event. Kerry O'Flaherty's PB for the 3,000 steeplechase 9:42. She's number 6 on the Irish all-time. And if you look at the best performances by Irish athletes in this particular event, the 2,000 steeplechase, Michelle Finn is the leader. Michelle's already qualified for the Olympic Games. She's done the standard recently. She's putting in phenomenal running. But the Irish best all-time performance is 6:16. So we're coming up to the bell, and looking at 4:59 through the bell. So that's incredibly strong running. So she's really pushing it out through the back straight here, or around the bend, and looks very strong. Hurdling technique is holding together really well. She's very, very efficient over the hurdle. And certainly this is not like doing the hurdles. If you clip one of these things, you are going to fall, not the hurdle or not the barrier. She's running extremely strongly. She's trying to match her sister Roisin, had a huge PB yesterday in the 3,000 meters where she ran 9:06. She's gone through that water jump really well. Come on, Eilish. Let's bring it all around that home straight. Can she get through that last barrier? She's done it really well. 6:05 on the clock. And she's looking for about a 6:15, and she's going to demolish that. That's 6:13.53, and that may be rounded up or rounded down, but that's a really, really superb performance, Eilish Flanagan. So, Adams State, whatever's in the air over there, it's the two girls from Carmen Runners are putting in phenomenal performance. And Kerry O'Flaherty had a fantastic run there too. Came through the finish line really, really well. And they're congratulating each other, Eilish and Kerry. Not a bother on them, huh? So Aoife Allen still pushing it out all the way. She's got her coming up to the final water jump, and she negotiates that safely. And it's a good run for her too, you know. So she's it's hard running on your own there. The two front runners were within reach of each other, but it's hard when you're trying to push out that performance with nobody around you, you know. So good run, Aoife Allen from St. Senans. About 7:45, 7:46. Okay. So that's a really, really positive run, and this obviously a good choice from the two Flanagan sisters to run here at the AAI Games. The conditions are pretty perfect, really, for running. The very, very light breeze, but not strong enough that it's really going to put your performance off. And they're really, really taking advantage of it. Just getting back to the, we were talking about the world ranking points, and as I was saying, there's very differing views on these ranking points. Each depending on the World Athletics have they have differentiated between each athletic competition. And depending on the level of athletic competition, you get higher ranking points or lower ranking points. So, for example, Diamond League, if you do, for example, a 10-second flat performance in the Diamond League, you get much higher ranking points than a 10-second flat performance in, say, the Irish Championships or a graded meet or something like that. But they're both the same performance at the end of the day. So why should one be perceived as better than the other? And I think there's different views, but my own view is that this creates a very unequal rights for the athletes. You know, the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. And if you can afford to get into these big meets, and if you're obviously you have to be good enough to get into Diamond League meets. But a lot of the other Grand Prix meets around the world, it's a lot of athletes can't afford to travel to them, and maybe they don't have the contacts to get into these meets through the race promoters and meet promoters, and maybe your agent is just not negotiating well enough on your behalf. So so it's a bit of a quandary, really. I think for a lot of athletes, do I stay at home? Irish athletes in particular are being forced to race abroad over the last number of months because we were locked down in terms of our COVID, and they're being placed at higher risk in terms of being exposed to potential risk for COVID, and also they've had to invest huge amounts of money in getting abroad to get into these races. So it's not for everyone, and but IAAF seem to be, or World Athletics rather, they've seemed to be determined to go down this route, and it seems a bit strange to me that like even in an event like multi-events, like decathlon or heptathlon, events which were already or calculated on points, that additional points are administered on the system in an event that is already a points event. So it's getting more complicated as to how, certainly for the person watching on the side, they don't know. You practically need to go and do a degree in this and try and figure out who's actually leading and who's qualifying and who's not qualifying. There's some strange decisions being made out there. Another one is another a recent decision by World Athletics on the in the field events, where they take the best 3 athletes at the end of the 5th round of, say, the shot put or the long jump, and the competition is decided on those 3 athletes get one more jump, and the best person in the last round wins the competition. So you effectively could have somebody who breaks the world record in maybe the 5th round or 1st round, and they maybe carry a slight injury, they don't quite perform in the last round, and they lose the competition. So you break the world record but lose the competition. So this is just, it's an absolute, it's a mystery. I think a lot of people are looking at the results, and they see, like I looked at a competition last week, it was a Diamond League meet, or I think it was in Turku. Tom Walsh finished 2nd or 3rd in the shot put competition in actual distance, but he won the competition because he threw furthest in the last round. And the Italian thrower, I think it was Fabri, he actually won the competition. But so it's I think somebody in some dark room who doesn't understand athletes and doesn't understand the concept of the best person should win the competition has come up with this system, and it's very, very confusing.
No, you can leave them off for a minute.
Oh yeah, leave them off.
For
Oh yeah, leave me off actually. So anyway, that's
Ladies getting ready for the first of 2 series of 400 metre hurdles. Quality field here in the first race. Lane 3, Kelly McGrory from Tyrconnell. Lane 4, Deirdre Murray from Nafina. Lane 5, Karen Dunn, Bohermeen. Lane 6, Aoife Sheehy, Galway City Harriers. And Lane 7, Sarah O'Toole from Galway City Harriers. Great to see Kelly back over the 400 metre hurdles, following up on a good 400 metre flat run recently. And Deirdre Murray, who competed at the European Under-20s in 2019, back at her more favoured event of the 400 metre hurdles, so hopefully they can push each other to good times here. Conditions look very favourable for 400 metre hurdling. It's nice weather and the wind is not too strong. The second series of sprints, both for men and women, were unfortunate enough to catch illegal winds, except for the last of the men's second series. So that just the breeze picked up for a few minutes, but it seems to have dropped down again. So the men's long jump certainly will be hoping that their jumps are legal. They're on the warm-up at the moment, but will be another while before they start. Ladies behind their blocks now. So from the inside, Kelly McGrory, Deirdre Murray, Karen Dunn, Aoife Sheehy and Sarah O'Toole. So it looked like Deirdre Murray first arrives at the first hurdle, with Kelly going well on the inside. Not such a good second hurdle for Deirdre Murray. Very even between the two girls over the second and third. With Sarah O'Toole from Galway City Harriers on the outside going well. And in lane 5, Karen Dunn from Bohermeen. So nip and tuck here between the two girls. Kelly and Deirdre pushing each other all the way. Very little between them as you see as they rise the hurdles. Kelly's just in front now. Kelly's strength telling as she turns into the home straight. Very good over that second last hurdle. Really pushing on to the second hurdle. But Deirdre maintaining her form too. Good over the last hurdle. Pushing all the way to the line. Looks like a very good time here for Kelly. Followed by Deirdre Murray, Sarah O'Toole and Karen Dunn.
Attention athletes, the lane draw for the 400 metre hurdles men, there are 2 heats. In heat 1, lane 2, Ryan Canning. In lane 3, Matthew Behan. In 4, Jack Mitchell. In 5, Cahalock. In 6, Alan Miley. And in 7, Oisin McCrory. So that's Ryan Canning, Matthew Behan, Jack Mitchell, Cahalock, Alan Miley and Oisin McCrory in lanes 2 to 7. In the second heat, in lane 3, Owen Sharkey. In 4, David Dagg. In 5, Darren McCauley. In 6, Alex Clarkin. And in 7, John Leaney. So that's Owen Sharkey, David Dagg, Darren McCauley, Alex Clarkin and John Leaney. That's lanes 3 to 7. Thank you.
I can bring you the result of the ladies' discus while we wait for the second series in the women's 400 metre hurdles. The javelin saw a win for Grace Casey of Éire Óg Corraquil with a best throw of 41 metres 94. In second, Sive Byrne from Enniscorthy, 33.26. And third, Caroline Morgan from Nina Olympic, 23.07. And also a result from the men's discus held earlier. Win there for Owen Sheridan from Clonliffe, 44 metres 34. Second, Padraig Hoare from DMP, 44.21. Third, Dara Minitor from Nina, 40.93. Good to see Dara back there. He's been out with an injury, so he's back throwing the discus, so making his way back is good. Fourth, Stephen Fife from Lusk, 26.75. And fifth, Rona McKenna from Glasslock Harriers, 26.20. So that's the men's discus. So the ladies getting ready for the second race in the 400 metre hurdles. In lane 3, Moya O'Cullen, St Coleman's South Mayo. In lane 4, Cueva Mackey, Denore Harriers. Lane 5, Emer Halpin, Menapians. Lane 6, Laura MacDonald, Marion. And lane 7, Maria Campbell from Dooneen. It's good to see some of the younger girls here. Those listed with the PBs because they're under 18 and they're taking on the seniors. So the three girls in the outer lanes, Emer Halpin, Maria Campbell, both still under 18. And Moya O'Connell on the inside, under 18. So great to see these girls at a senior meet getting an opportunity to run against their more experienced counterparts. Good even start. Rising first probably in the centre is Denore Harriers' Cueva Mackey. So it's Cueva from Moya O'Connell on the inside. Long striding figure of Moya O'Connell from St Coleman, South Mayo. Emer Halpin of Menapians making up good ground in the third 100 with Laura MacDonald of Marion and Maria Campbell having a tussle for fourth place. So as they turn into the straight, it's Cueva Mackey, Denore, who leads Moya O'Connell from St Coleman, South Mayo. As I said, Moya just still under 18, so this is a very good run from the young under 18 athlete, following up behind her senior counterpart Emer. And in third place, Emer Halpin of Menapians. Fourth, Maria Campbell Dooneen. And coming in for fifth, Laura MacDonald of Marion.
Okay, the next event on the track now, the 400 metre hurdles men. That's Ryan Canning, Matthew Bean, Jack Mitchell, Cathal Locke, Alan Miley, and Oisin McClory. You're now going to competition.
While we await the heats in the men's 400 metre hurdles, I can bring you some news from the second series of the men's 100 metres. Similar to the women's second series, the wind was too strong for legal times, which is unfortunate as some of the boys ran really good times. Israel Otunno won that second series, first race, 10:44, from Conor Morey at 10:52, and Joseph Ojibumi at 10:57. But as we said, unfortunately, those wins weren't legal, so those times won't count. And likewise in Heat 2, Series 2, the wind was too strong, 2.5 metres per second. That second one was won by Colin Doyle from Ger O'Donnell and Charles Okafor. So 10:52, 10:80 and 10:82, but again, wind assisted. And likewise in the third heat, Series 2, wind was 2.6 metres, so over the allowable limit. Anthony Dillon 11:06, Gavin Dillon 11:08, and Enola Magawi from Leavell 11:15. However, better fortune for those in Heat 4, Series 2. They had a legal win, so 1.7 metres per second makes all their times legal. So the winner was Alex Lee from Galway City Harriers, 11:57. Second, Declan Owens, Mayo, 11:58. Third, Owen O'Sullivan, Selbridge, 11:75. Fourth, Owen Duffy, Athletics Ireland, unattached, 11:84. Fifth, Jack Saunders from Tullamore Harriers, 12:11. Sixth, David Rock from Father Murphy AC, 12:21. And seventh, James Sullivan, DSD, 12:38. So those times all will count. The other three heats in the second series unfortunately will not. The long jump women results are just being posted at the moment, so we'll bring you that full results as soon as those are completed. Dave, do we have news from the combined events from the women and the men?
Just digging those results out, Jackie. With you in a second. We go for the... Yeah, so in the pole vault, actually, in the men's decathlon, it's been pretty close competition there. Rola Salusa and Michael Bowler both cleared 4:20, and Rolus and Shane Aston actually have been pretty much neck and neck in this competition. Shane pipped Rolus in the hurdles today and pipped him in the discus as well. But I think Rolus probably has regained those losses with a 20 centimetre advantage over Shane. Shane cleared 4 metres in the pole vault today. And then behind that we had Michael Healy from Youghal with 3:20 and Mark Tierney from Nina with 3:20. Sean Carlin didn't start in the pole vault today. I think Sean maybe was carrying a slight niggle, so maybe he's just been a bit sensible in not putting any more risk there. So the next event for the decathletes will be the javelin. And
thanks, Dave. So good competition there between the men, and it's nice to see the good competition particularly between the top three there, pushing each other on towards better points. Next up on the track we have the men's 400 metre hurdles. 2 heats in this series. Lane 2, Ryan Canning, Letterkenny. Lane 3, Matthew Bean, Crusaders. Matthew made a breakthrough last year, moving up from the 110 hurdles to the 400 metre hurdles, and has found a new favourite event. Lane 4, Jack Mitchell, St Lawrence O'Toole. Lane 5, Cathal Lock from Dooneen, better known as over the 400 metre flat, so it's good to see Cathal back over the hurdles, as with Jack Mitchell, who's been out injured. Good to see him back. And his clubmate Alan Miley, who's hoping to run a standard for the under 20 in the 400 metre hurdles, goes in lane 6. Oisin McCorry of Raheny Shamrock goes in lane 7. So again, from the inside, Ryan Canning, Matthew Bean, Jack Mitchell, Cathal Lock, Alan Miley and Oisin McCorry. Good to see again, as with women, Ryan Canning is just under 19. Alan Miley being under 20. and they're taking on their senior counterparts here, Jack Mitchell, Cathal Locke, Matthew Behan and Oisin McCorry.
Yeah, I've had a couple of visits up to the Peace Link Centre in Clones, and I've seen Oisin McCorry training there under the guidance of his dad, Paul McCorry. And they have a nice little group there. And his sister Niamh, also excellent athlete, doing multi-events last year, but focusing more on individual events this year. But I think Matthew Behan, he's certainly looking, he was very anxious to get some hurdles races. I think some of the meets earlier in the season in Belfast, maybe they didn't have hurdles in them. So he's, I'm sure he's itching to go here. Matthew in lane 3, Crusaders athlete. Yeah.
Alan Miley looking to get inside 53.50 for his B stand for the under-20s, and Cathal Locke looking to get inside 52.10 for his B standard for under-23s. Very strong start there by Matthew Behan, already moving up in the stagger, and Jack Mitchell outside him. Alan Miley, big tall figure, under 20, going very well on the outside. So as they settle in down the back straight, it's Alan Miley from Matthew Behan and Jack Mitchell. Ooh, sad to see Matthew Behan there, seems to have pulled up with a tight hamstring, so it's left to the two St. Lawrence O'Toole boys fighting it out with Cathal Locke from Dooneen. So it's Mitchell, Miley, Locke, Oisin McCorry and Ryan Canning. So it's Jack Mitchell in the front coming in. Oh, now Cathal Locke has also pulled up. Cathal has been plagued by injury, so obviously we set him again. So it's Jack Mitchell from Alan Miley, who hits that last hurdle very hard, from Oisin McCorry and Ryan Canning. So Jack Mitchell, Alan Miley, Oisin McCorry, Ryan Canning.
This is actually a little more similar to the Grand National, with runners pulling up and hitting fences, and you can see Matthew Behan going really well at this stage. And as he went over that hurdle, it looks like that's where the damage happened. He immediately reached for, looked like his hamstring, so we really hope that's not too serious.
And Cathal Locke then similarly has been a little bit plagued by injuries, had to pull up coming into the last 100 metres. And Alan Miley, who had that horrid fall in the schools Taunton Games when trying to qualify for European or UIOF a couple of years ago, hit the last hurdle, so he has hit that again. So he hit that last hurdle again, obviously has a habit of doing that, but thankfully managed to stay upright this time, so we'll get those official times when they come to us.
Lane drop in 3,000 metres, steeplechase at 3:30. Abbas, Adam, Erdvis, Casimir, Cillian, Sheeran, 20 farriers, Jordan, 20 farriers, Matthew Malloy.
So there's Matthew Behan just walking gingerly off the track. Doesn't look too distressed, you know. So so hopefully it's not as bad as. Maybe he's just taking a precaution, and hopefully it's not as bad as we first
You hope so.
thought,
So
you know.
Jack Mitchell awaits his time. Jack at a 52.66 in Belfast, and waits to see if he runs under the 52.10 standard required for European under-23s. Looked like a powerful run, and didn't seem to let himself get distracted by the people pulling up around him. So we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dave, men's long jump start on the far side. It's wonderful to see Sam Healy home from the States and back jumping in his Lee Vale jersey. Sam has enjoyed couple of very good years in the States and has seesawed at the top of the rankings with Adam McMullen. For those of you familiar with Sam, he finished 5th at European Under-20s in 2015 in Eskilstuna, and back then, as an Under-20, he had a PB of 7:44, but has since moved on from that, and this season has had a 7:59 in the States.
Yeah, 7:59. Yeah, he's. I think he's had a little further as well from. I think he's had 7:59 twice actually.
And up on the run-up here now is has been our strongest home-based jumper.
Shane Hard.
He and Adam McMullen have been vying for honours in all the home meets. This is Shane Hard from Bandon.
Yeah, Adam's jumped 7:42 this year.
That looked like a pretty
reasonable jump.
Pretty decent jump from Shane. Not a lot of height, but good pace to the board. Looks like a plus win behind them, so hopefully the legal plus win's not too strong.
No, he's certainly waiting by the tape measure, having a look at it. So he's interested in what's going on. Sometimes you can tell a lot from the body language when they come out of the pit. When the athletes kind of know themselves if they've jumped far. And Adam McMullen. Bringing good speed in. That's a nice looking jump. Adam's got long, rangy strides on the way in, and he's been very consistent this year.
I'll bring you the runners for the second
So
heat in the 400 metre hurdles, men.
We'll try and bring those long jump results as soon as we can. Yeah.
In lane 3, Owen Sharkey, Tircullen. In lane 4, who's an under-20 athlete. Lane 4, David Dagg, DSD. Lane 5, Darren Macaulay, Dunor. Lane 6, Alex Clark and Dunor. I think this could be Alex's first 400 metre hurdle. Alex, like Matty, was a 110 metre hurdle, so very interesting to see how Alex goes here. And lane 7, John Leamy of Gorn. Alex Clarkin's away very strongly, really going well down this. Brings his 110 metre hurdles technique into this race, very stylish over the hurdles. With David Dagg from Dundrum South Dublin going well on the inside, and Darren Macaulay from Dunor also. David Dagg just hit that hurdle rather hard there. Ooh, and hit another hurdle. John Leamy from Gorn on the outside, and Owen Sharkey from Tircullen making good ground, has really caught up on the leaders. So Alex obviously went out very hard, not unaccustomed to being 400 metre hurdles, still holding his hurdling technique together, pushed all the way by young Owen Sharkey from Tircullen. So very fine performance as a first race over 400 metre hurdles for Alex Clark, and from Owen Sharkey, David Dagg and Darren Macaulay. With John Leamy of Gorn, who just hit the last very hard, coming in finished now.
Next, because we have steeplechase, the jump start 14:30. With the following athletes supporting the podium, that's Cillian Sheeran, Jordan Byrne, and Rourke McGivney. Abbas and Matthew are underneath here. So Cillian Sheeran, Jordan Byrne, and Rourke McGivney is the following. Thank you.
So Dave, I think I can bring everyone an official result from that women's long jump that we all enjoyed very much earlier on. Unfortunately, the wind mitigated against some of those performances being legal, but thankfully for Ruby Millett, while she won the competition with 6 meters 33, that jump was slightly just over the allowable wind of 2.3 meters per second. But her 6 meters 28 in her fourth round was within the legal limit, so that's a second qualifying standard for European under-23s for Ruby.
That's
coached
fantastic.
by Owen and Michael Kelly in St. Albans. They would both work with Sarah and Ruby and have a great bunch of jumpers down there, so great relief for Owen and Michael and Ruby's. So I think once you have your qualifying standards out of the way, it's really a big relief, and Ruby can now work on trying to relax and fine-tune her technique and
so you can
consistency.
Really focus on the championships now, which were the championships themselves were very on and off. Originally scheduled for Bergen in Norway, the under 23 championships. They unfortunately the Norwegian government pulled the plug on that, and they couldn't make allowance really for all the numbers that were coming in, just with the way COVID was in the country, and but to the relief of all the athletes, it's been taken up by Tallinn in Estonia, and so the athletes are all heading to Tallinn, and it's the week before the under 20 championships. So there'll be a contingent of Irish people heading to Estonia this summer in the middle of July.
So the rest of that long jump result, Jennifer Hanrahan from Tala, who ran a PB this morning of 11.98 in the 100 metres, followed that up with an excellent 5.98 jump in the long jump for second place. Laura Frawley from Emerald, third, 5.94. Katie Nulke from Ferrybank, fourth, 5.81. Fifth was Erin Fisher from City of Lisburn, 5.69. Sixth, Grace Furlong Waterford, 5.55. Seventh, Ashley McHugh Nace, 5.47. Eighth, Kate Hosey from Corran, 5.37. Ninth, Anya Kerr from Finn Valley, 5.13. 10th, Abby Tate, City of Lisburn, 5.07. And 11th, Emily Fort, Lagan Valley, 4.97. So good field of jumps there, great competition, and we look forward to seeing many of those jumpers back again next weekend for the national under 20s and under 23s.
Yeah, it's great to see you in the men's long jump today. We've the 4 top jumpers in the country this year. With Ben Fisher, Sam Healy, Shane Hard, and Adam McMullen, and all putting their neck on the line here. Actually, sorry, the only person we've missing really from that kind of category would be Colin Burke. Colum's over in the States. Yeah. But it's great that they're all knocking chips out of each other here today, and willing to kind of face each other. It's definitely the only way they're all going to move forward, and the more high level competition, the more they compete against each other, the more they get used to that type of feeling of high level competition.
Yeah, I agree, Dave, and it's nice to see. I think it's a long time since we've had quite so many jumpers over 7 metres. So Adam McMullen, Luke O'Carroll, Ben Fisher, Owen Keenan, Sam Healy and Shane Howard have all jumped further than 7 metres, which shows that the strength and depth, it really is improving in men's long jump.
Yeah, I think I actually I omitted Luke O'Carroll there, so sorry, Luke. Luke's doing great work down in Tralee.
Luke has a PB of 7.02, and we're looking to push on from that. It's great psychological breakthrough for men when they're consistently jumping over 7 and women over 6. So for Luke, he'll be trying to stay over 7.
And just to give you an idea of some of the qualifying standards that the athletes have to face, European athletics, they would set standards for these European under-23s and under-20 championships. And so the base standard for the under-20 championships is 7 meters 35. And the base standard for the under-23 championships is 760. And then for the big guys looking to go to the Olympic Games, the standard is 8 meters 22. So it's phenomenal level of athleticism needed to reach the Olympic Games.
So Dave, I've just got an update from round 1 of the men's long jump, and Sam Healy has jumped 7:51, and Adam McMullen has jumped 7:51.
Wow.
So boys really pushing each other here. The first time they've competed against each other for quite some time. Shane Howard has jumped 7:06. Luke O'Carroll 6:97. Owen Keenan from Emo 6:99. So really great jumping there by all those boys. And then of the younger jumpers, Mark Carl from Nina. Mark's been plagued by injuries and is
Here's Sam
hoping
Healy
for a good
again.
performance today.
Looks like another good jump from Sam Healy. As he gets a white flag.
So Mark Carl from Nina 6:56. He'll be happy with that. He's under 19 and it's quite a long time since Mark's jumped. Been injured. Ben Little from Father Murphy 6:30. Raphael McCaffrey from Rathout 6:14. Sam Griffin from Killarney 5:18. So Shane Howard up next. Shane, coached by Liz Coomey in Bandon, been doing a lot of work on his technique.
Yeah, Shane obviously came to prominence hugely over the initial stages of the COVID lockdown. He appeared on the front pages of our national newspapers, where he was jumping onto hay bales in his in the farm where he's living in West Cork.
Obviously waiting for the wind to subside here now before he jumps.
But Shane obviously not using any excuses, or not giving any excuses, rather. He's just getting on with it, trying to do his work. And so it's fantastic to see the real can-do attitude. Yeah, I think it was on the front page of the Irish Times, and athletics doesn't always get on the front page, so it's good to make some noise about it. Here he goes. Oh, that looks a very good jump. He seemed to get a lot of height off the board, brought good speed in, seemed to transfer it well. So let's hope. Let's hope it's good. Yeah, as we were saying earlier about the body language, it's hard to know. Shane's kind of walking off. Oh yeah, sure, I can do that any day of the week. So we don't know if it's good or bad, but he's saying he's not getting too excited. So Adam McMullen is next up, and Adam and Sam Healy. There's only been a centimetre between them this year, 1 centimetre, 7:59 to 7:58.
That looked like a good jump from Adam there, Dave.
And they're both equal after the first round. It's hard to tell on that one. It looked a little flat, the flight phase. But then sometimes if you're bringing in a lot of speed, you might not generate as much fight. But your speed will carry you a long distance, you know. So in the outfield, just adjacent to the main stadium, we have the women's discus is going on at the moment as well, and hopefully we'll bring you pictures from that just at a later stage. Some good performers out there, and one of them in particular is just coming back from a gold medal winning performance at the European Paralympic Championships, Niamh McCarthy. Just over 30 metres, and so Niamh getting back to the form she was in a few years ago, and it's really great to see her coming home with more medals. The Irish Paralympic team doing great stuff.
Yeah, it's great to see, and there's been a lot of publicity, and it's great to see those athletes doing so well, benefiting hugely from taking part in all these competitions also, and hopefully pushing on to get bigger performances when the conditions are as good as they're enjoying today.
Yeah, Greta Stremakaite, she had a great performance in the 1500 metres as well, and another gold medal winning performance. And yeah, it's great to see that. Yeah.
Men's long jump, Dave, second round. Can you believe? Shane Howard, Sam Healy, Adam McMullen all jumped 7 metres 39 in their second jump. That's how close this competition is.
Neck and neck. These guys, it's like they know what each other are doing.
Men's steeplechase underway. Abbas Adam Edris, Killian Sheeran, Jordan Byrne, Matthew Malloy and Rorcan O'Gibney. This is a 2,000 metre steeplechase, hoping to set these athletes up for their 3,000 metre steeplechase at either next weekend's National Under-20s and Under-23s or National Seniors. So Rorcan O'Givney in the lead after one lap, with Matthew Malloy in second. So going down the back straight, Rorcan O'Gibney looks very comfortable. He leads from Matthew Malloy of Tullamore and Jordan Byrne of Clonliffe and Abbas Adam Edris from Castlegar AC. Rorcan O'Gibney coming in with 3 laps to go in the men's steeplechase, looking very comfortable, running very well. Has a good lead from Matthew Malloy of Tullamore and Abbas Adam Edris from Castlegar AC. It would seem that those are the only 3 left in the race. No, I'm corrected. Sorry. Killian Sheeran is just at the water jump. Rogan O'Gibney takes the water, coming in with 2 laps to go. Followed by Matthew Malloy from Tullamore and Abbas Adam Edris from Castlegar.
Of course, Irish steeplechase has been brought back into world levels this year by Brian Fay. Phenomenal run of 8:29.75 recently. Brian obviously he's showed huge talent over the last couple of years, but he ran in the European Under 23 Championships in Gavlay a couple of years ago, and looks like he's really polished up his hurdling technique and running phenomenally well. But it's been a long time since Ireland had an athlete sub 8:30, and I think Brian's done 2 of those now, 2 sub.
Yeah, it's super. And
so,
Michelle Finn with her automatic qualifying time for the Olympics as well. So
all training.
Steeplechase really is.
Yeah, both of them, but all training together under Phelim Kelly. So there's clearly whatever formula they're coming up with, it's clearly working. Phelim's doing a great job there as coach.
Yeah, super to have a good group working together, as we said, across all the different events. It's really important to have athletes of a good standard who can train together and push each other on.
Andrew Coscarin in that group as well, and Greta Stremakaiti. So they're churning them out.
Killian Sheeran from Clonliffe comes in with 2 laps to go as Rogan O'Gibney comes in to take the bell. Followed by Matthew Malloy in 2nd place from Tullamore and Abbas Edrim Edris from Castlegar in 3rd. Gosh, Matthew Malloy stumbles slightly on the barrier just past the bell, but seems to have recovered his composure well. It's a tough event, steeplechase, when you're getting tired, Dave, and concentration is going, and those barriers are very solid.
Yeah, he took that barrier very, very badly. But he's running quite freely again, so it's good. Yeah.
The boys are just passing by the long jump. There's a big clap going on for Sam Healy. Great camaraderie in the field events. Both Adam McMullen and Shane Howard leading the clap for Sam Healy, and no doubt he'll do the same for them.
That's a good looking jump. Yeah.
Little hesitation before the board from Sam there, but he doesn't look that displeased with the jump. So coming in to take the win in this 2,000 metre steeplechase is Rogan O'Gibney from Ace AC. Look very comfortable, led all the way. Good victory for Rogan.
Well done. Good job. 6:12.82.
2nd place, Matthew Malloy recovered well from that blip at the steeplechase barrier and has finishes 2nd. Matthew Malloy from Tullamore Harriers.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a little bruise after his negotiation of that barrier on the last lap, the start of the last lap.
Abbas Adam Edris from Castlegar coming in to take 3rd place in that steeplechase, with Killian Sheeran in 4th.
So here's Shane Howard coming in. Jump. And actually the great thing from Sam Healy here and I think when the athletes come back from the States, it maybe takes them 10 days, 2 weeks really to find their feet again with their form when they're back in Ireland. Just that jet lag coming across the pond. takes a little while to get through.
Yeah.
But Sam is definitely bringing his form straight away into. He's
Yes,
bringing
he
his.
certainly does seem to be, Dave, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Obviously, Sam will have to have done his 5 days home quarantine and got his negative PCR test to be here. It's very restrictive on everybody, but probably contributes to the rest that they're forced to take when they come home. So that probably helps, and it's good to see him back in good form. There's Adam McMullen on the runway.
Adam's going really well. His speed looked really good coming in there. And just talking to Adam there last week, he was saying a lot of the markers that he uses to test how competitive he is, everything is right up with his peak. When he was his personal best is 7:99, which he did indoors in the National Indoor Arena, I think. But he's bringing all that form back. He had a little bit of a blip with an Achilles injury. But he's really finding his form again. Adam spent a bit of time over in the Altus Center in the USA with Dan Paff, and I think he learned a huge amount about the event over there, and he's bringing that to his own coaching now. He's started coaching a number of our younger athletes, in particular some of our triple jumpers, Ella Cindy Njoku Johnson and Jordan Wang, and then he's also working with Lauren Roy in Northern Ireland in sprinting, and I'm sure there's other athletes that I've probably missed out. You know.
The next event is Lady Conor with the men's pole vault.
So while we wait for the men's long jump to reverse the order for the fourth round, I can bring you the official results from the women's 400 metre hurdles that we saw earlier. That was a win for Kelly McGrory from Tyrconnell, 59.77. Second place, Deirdre Murray from Nafina, 61.44. Third, Sarah O'Toole, Galway City Harriers, 64.49. And fourth, Karen Dunn from Bohermeen, 64.88. So Deirdre Murray just outside that standard she needs, but it's good to see Deirdre back running well over the 400 metre hurdles again, and she had a few more race opportunities the next couple of weeks.
Just getting back to our not my conversation, but I suppose it was I was talking about the current world athletics system of where they, in the Diamond League meets, they take the leading three athletes after the fifth round and give them one more jump each, and the winner takes all, or the best in the last round. Think of transferring that to a 400 metre race, and the leaders after 300 metres, basically you pull everybody else except the leading three runners out of the race, and it's the guy who runs the last 100 metres the fastest. You know, it kind of doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense in the field events either. So,
no, I'd agree, Dave. All these changes are built for camera, really not for the sport. Bring you good news from the men's 400 metre hurdles. European Under-23 qualifying standard for Jack Mitchell from St. Lawrence O'Toole. The clock here was correct, 51 seconds 73. Talking too much about jumps. For 400 metre hurdles for Jack Mitchell. Great to see Jack back in form again. Had a little bit of an injury-plagued career of late, so great run by Jack. In second place, Alan Miley, St. Lawrence O'Toole. As we said, Alan's first race over 400 metre hurdles for a while too, and Alan just missed out on the 400 metre hurdle standards for the under 20s. He ran 53.73, needed 53.50, but I think he'll be very encouraged by that run. If he can perhaps avoid knocking that into that last hurdle, he will get those extra couple of tenths he needs. So he'll be very encouraged by that, and hopefully we'll come back to tackle that next weekend. Oisin McCurry from Raheny Shamrock was third, 55.80. Ryan Canning, Letterkenny, fourth in 58.76. So quality results there in that first series of the 400 metre hurdles.
just going to the women's actually. They're actually getting ready soon for probably in about 10 or 12 minutes, they have their final event, the 800 meters. But the leader in the women's event is Elizabeth Moreland, who's on 4,557 points. And she's followed by Lara O'Byrne on 3,960 and Louise King on 3,206. Elizabeth had a javelin, won the javelin event there with 41.73, but we just noticed she has her knee heavily strapped now. Unfortunately, she's been carrying or fighting a bit of a knee problem over the last year, and with a lot of rehab and efforts to get back, and she's really fought a long fight over the COVID breakdown and her COVID lockdown, and did fantastic to get here today.
Yeah, it's great to see Elizabeth back, and it has been a long struggle back, so to complete heptathlon will be a huge milestone for her, I think.
Yeah, I think the goal is really to complete the event, and she knows she's not bang on her previous form at the moment, but it's to get back and be competitive. And certainly in some of the events you could see there were strong hints of that, but her hurdles were very respectable yesterday, and her 200 was quite good, and but it seems that the long jump has maybe just reignited some of the pain that was in that knee. So I think she's going to attempt the final 800, but it's a brave, but it's all the same, you know.
I bring you news from the men's long jump, Dave. Close competition continues at the top end, with Adam McMullen in the lead after 3 jumps with 7 meters and 68. Sam Healy in second, 760, and Shane Howard in third, 749. So it's great to see those guys pushing each other on. Luke O'Carroll has also gone over 7 meters at 705. And then the next best after him is young Mark Carl from Nino Olympic. As I said, Mark just an under 18 and had an injury-plagued time of it, and it's great to see him back. A big step for him to compete today, and to get 3 jumps in, 650, 657 and 657 is super, and will give him a great boost for his confidence.
We'll have the men's javelin will be coming up soon in both the Decathlon and the AAI Games. In the AAI Games, we have 2 significant performers in Conor Cusack and Stephen Rice. Stephen Rice has been probably our leading thrower in the last number of years, but he's definitely got a new pretender to the throne who's going to push him all the way today. Conor Cusack has thrown over 69 meters recently, and it's a phenomenal performance from an under 20 athlete. Yeah, on current Irish rankings for this year, Conor Cusack is leading actually. So he set a national under 20 record with 69 meters 42. And Conor comes from the Lake District Club in Ballinrobe in County Mayo, and they've got a phenomenal group of athletes down there, all led by Podrick Joyce. Podrick is doing great work with Linda Cusack, and there's 1 or 2 other coaches, and a huge concentration of javelin throwers. And I believe they recently turned the sod on a new facility, which is due to go up there. So obviously work going on in Ballinrobe, and looks like we're going to see a lot of new athletes down the road coming from Mayo. A beautiful part of the world there. Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world down in Ballinrobe. I've travelled down there quite a lot myself. In Clonbur, which is down the road, in Cong, and of course where the Quiet Man movie was filmed years ago. So lots of John Wayne memorabilia in that area. That looked like a really good jump by Sam Healy. And he's he's not showing too much interest in the tape, so maybe he knows it wasn't quite as good as he was hoping for, you know. And then the javelin throwers actually in Decathlon. Shane Aston would probably be the leading javelin proponent there. So we've Adam McMullen coming in there, and that's another good-looking jump from Adam. And a great thing to see all these jumpers. There's very few red flags going up today. So whilst there's a marginal tailwind in their favour, in the athletes' favour, obviously they've been judging their run-ups really well. That's a sign of the quality of these guys today.
Just a small change in the timetable. The women's 800 metres race will take place before the 1500 metres women. So I just need the women running the 800 metres. That's Elizabeth Moreland, Lara O'Byrne, Louise King, and Molly Kern to report to the call.
This looks like Ben Fisher on the run-up here.
So all athletes are now present for the women's 800 metres. Elizabeth Moreland, Laura O'Byrne, Louise King, and Molly Curran going to competition.
It looks like City of Lisburn top from here anyway. Ben's been doing great work as well. He's a brother of Erin Fisher, who was going earlier in the women's long jump, and Erin also, as we were saying, was a really good pole vaulter. Ben, I think, is based in the UK now, and in England, and but it's great to see him here today. He's done 7:30 this year, but he's good speed on the run-up. Maybe just didn't convert that speed into a vertical lift on takeoff. He seemed to over-rotate quite early on the jump. So maybe better things to come from Ben. When you drive off the board, you're really looking for your posture to be held quite upright as you go through the air. If you lean forward, you're going to come down early, and if you lean backwards, you kind of you lose your center of mass. Is just not in the right position to kind of go through the air well. But long jump, it's it looks like it's a simple event where you kind of just run in and jump as far as you can, but actually converting the force and the speed that you create on that runway into the takeoff, and there's huge forces going through your body on that takeoff, and you're trying to convert that into both vertical and horizontal lift from the body, and horizontal speed forward and a vertical lift, and you need a lot of really good conditioning to be able to bring the best out of yourself. So we've got the 800 meters for the heptathlon on the start line, and this is the final event. These girls, they've had a really good couple of days. Looks like Elizabeth Moreland she's well in the lead, but these other girls have put in some great work as well. Lara O'Byrne has I think she's done a couple of PBs. It was really impressive in the early stages yesterday. But here we have Elizabeth Moreland on the inside in the green vest of Cushenstown. Lara O'Byrne from Denore Harriers. Louise King and Molly Curran. And Molly Curran looks like she's leading out. Molly's the only junior athlete in her under 20 athlete in the field, and she's quite an accomplished 800 meter runner, and I think she has the intention of trying to go around in roughly about 35 seconds per 200. So probably a little ahead on so far. Molly from the Carmen Runners Club, of course the same club of Ailish Flanagan and Roisin Flanagan, who were in action today and yesterday. And so Molly's running really well. Lara O'Byrne is sticking in behind her, and Elizabeth Moreland, of course we were talking about that knee injury, she's staying in third there. So it's always the case, is sometimes it's hard to tell who's actually winning the race and or who's winning the competition in multi-events, because each individual event you get so many points for it, but at the moment Lara O'Byrne is really pushing as hard as she can, and she's running really, really well here. Molly Curran has a PB of about 2:21, and I'm not quite sure of Lara's PB, but Lara is really digging in hard. Elizabeth Moreland a little bit behind, and Louise King a little bit further back. And Lara Byrne is really coming strongly into the home straight, and she's really putting the afterburners on here. Looks like an 800 meter runner, and super run. 2:19 to 20, all the way through 2:23.98, and Molly Curran coming through second, and then the winner of the event, Elizabeth Moreland, coming through about 2:35, and it's a phenomenal performance from Elizabeth, but she reaches her knee, and she's I think she's feeling that badly, and Louise King comes through really well. So the four girls, look, they're all feeling that so badly. Nobody likes the endurance aspect of the multi-events. It's probably the event they train for less than others, because they've got to put in so much strength work and technical work in the other events. But fantastic day from those four athletes, and well done to them. Yeah. So back in the long jump, we've Sam Healy going in again, and he's bringing great speed in here. Oh, a great leg shoot at the end. So it looked like a very good jump from Sam. Let's hope he can squeeze another few centimeters out. And let's hope the wind is staying legal.
So men's javelin now, please.
Okay, and Adam McMullen waiting patiently. We're looking down here. I think heptathlete. Oh, there's Adam flying in. That's another good jump. I think these guys wish they were competing against each other every week because they really seem to be bringing the best out in each other. So lots of different things going on here at the moment. The pole vault is getting ready, and unfortunately, just looking down, Elizabeth Moreland is feeling that knee from her heptathlon performance, and looks like it's she's felt more comfortable than at this particular moment. All right. Ireland has been multi-events have been really coming to the fore, and three girls in particular leading the charge. I think we spoke about them earlier. Kate O'Connor having a fantastic performance in Lana a few weeks back. Grace McKenzie making great inroads in the USA out of McNeese State University. And then Elizabeth Moreland here. And then we also have some up-and-coming athletes, Anna Macaulay and Sarah Connolly. They're both based in the UK, in England, and they've been keeping these, putting the pressure on the top three. But it's a great event. I think heptathlon and decathlon. Really fantastic event. There's so many skills needed to complete these events, and it's great to see Ireland producing these athletes. You know. Okay, so we're back at the long jump, and Ben Fisher looks like ready to go again. So he'd bring good, positive speed.
Men's javelin now to report to competition. Men's javelin to report to competition.
Hopefully we can bring you some update on the long jump scores. Okay, so we got Shane Hard on the long jump run up, and then the 1500 meters, women's 1500 looks like it's next to go. So we'll come back to that shortly, but. So Shane's from the Great Bandon Club, and there's so many athletes have come out of Bandon. Phil Healy probably has been the most prominent in recent years, but Shane's been doing fantastic work here. But Phil and Joan Healy and and Shane's older sister Roisin was also a super athlete, did multi events and still competing. So there he goes in. Oh, just seemed to back out of it. He kind of knew he wasn't right on the board, so he backed out of the flight phase. And Adam McMullen looks like he's lining up for next. Oh no, Sam Healy on the run up next. Yeah. Sam was in University of Louisiana at Monroe for a number of years, and now he's transferred. I think it's a University of Texas at San Antonio. So he's. Here's Sam going in, looks good speed, and Sam pulls out of that jump as well. So maybe the jumpers are starting to slightly fatigue. And you can see this, this is getting, I don't want to labor too much on the point, but you can see the jumpers slightly fatiguing towards the latter rounds of the competition. And World Athletics wants you to produce your best jump in the last round in the Diamond League.
Women's 1500 going to line. Big field here. Aisling Moorhouse, DCH, Net Quaid, Leavale, Brona Kern, St. Senans, Kearney Givenagh, Ace, Cara Laverty, Finn Valley, Claire Fagan, Mullingar, Eilish Flanagan, Carmen Runners, Ellie Harnett, UCD, Greta Stemka, Clonliffe Harriers, Lauren Murphy, Silly's AC, Lucy Barrett, Rahini Shamrock, Maisie O'Sullivan, St. Albans, Nadine Dunnigan, Tullamore, Rebecca Roster, Lockview, Roisin Flanagan, Carmen Runners, Rose Finnegan, UCD, and Sophie Jackman, St. Sen's. I believe, Dave, that Eilish Flanagan, fresh from her victory just a little while ago, is going to pace her sister Roisin, and Annette Quaid is going to help with the pacemaking. They're looking for about a 2:16, 800 pace, which, if you keep an eye on the clock, should be around 68s.
Okay. It's good to see two UCD athletes in the field here, Ellie Hartnett and Rose Finnegan. Of course, there was no university athletics this year. With the obviously with COVID, they weren't able to hold the intervarsity competitions. So it's great to see the university vests being paraded around, and some great work being done by the Irish universities in promoting athletics.
So women's 15 underway, and as you can see, the two pacemakers are to the fore. Annette Quaid and Eilish Flanagan. So Alice just checking her watch there to sure she's on pace. We have a clock at 400. They're looking for around 68s. So 2 pacemakers with Roisin tucked in behind and Ellie Hartnett from UCD keeping up with it, staying up with the pace, looking for a fast time. Maisie O'Sullivan from St. Albans in third. So feel already well strung out, because this is a very quick pace. Some of these athletes are young. I see in particular young Carol Avity from Finn Valley. This will be a very quick pace for them, because the pace is designed to try and drag Roisin and Ellie and
Ellie.
Maisie O'Sullivan and the like through to a quick time. So those girls with more experience, like Rose Finnegan and excuse me for saying Claire Finnegan, the slightly older in the field, not old athletes, but older in the field athletes, will be more able for this pace. The young ones are going to find this very tough pace.
Yeah, I just noticed there, the 2 Flanagan sisters,
Home from Adams State for the summer and working together to achieve their times. Good to see them both home and performing, and good to see the conditions conducive to good running there. So it's
probably a little behind schedule, I'd say, on their time, really.
2:16 at 8 we're looking for, so I think we're about 2:05 at 700 there.
Yeah. Probably coming through in about 2:18,
Annette has
2:19.
picked it up there. Eilish fatiguing a little from her efforts earlier today, and Roisin goes up behind her from Maisie O'Sullivan from St. Albans, Rose Finnegan, Ellie Hartnett, Greta
Stramakaiti.
Stramakaiti.
Greta's just back from a gold medal winning performance in the European Paralympic Championships, and she's very, very competitive in these races. So Roisin Flanagan taking the pace on, and Eilish Flanagan has pulled out there from the pace work.
Looking really, really impressive again today, Dave, on the back of her 3,000 metre run yesterday. She really is in great shape and really, really looks strong.
Yeah, she's
trying
striding.
to hold on to her there is
just striding so
Maisie
easily.
O'Sullivan from St. Albans. Really striding out down the back. It's great to see that there isn't a wind that's hampering this performance.
That's a phenomenal run, actually. She's their stint in Adams State has just been so successful for them, and it's great to see them. So there's Eilish cheering her on around the last bend. Roisin is really digging in.
Really is on target here for a very quick time, and Annette
So
has done a huge job. The pacemaker is now
minutes.
cheering her on up the home straight.
The phenomenal run. 4:12, 4:15.53. That's an excellent run. Excellent run.
Brona Kearns, Maisie O'Sullivan. Some of these athletes finishing very fast off that pace. That really is a great run for a lot of those athletes. We'll have to wait the official times, because
It's a phenomenal run by Greta Stramakaiti there. Looks like she might have dipped under the 4:30 mark, and her recent performance in the Paralympic Championships, she did what, I think it was 4:35 or something, or 4:33 or something, but that was definitely faster. So a phenomenal run.
yes, absolutely great to see so many of those athletes being dragged through to quick times. We'll see on the official times. I can bring you final result from the men's long jump, with Adam McMullen taking the win in 7 metres 68. Second, Sam Healy, 7 metres 60. And third, Shane Howard, 7:34. So really, really high standard of jumping there, Dave. Long time since we've seen results like that. Fourth place went to Luke O'Carroll of Tralee, 7:05. With Owen Keenan of Emo Rath, fifth and 6:99. And young Mark Carl from Nino Olympic, sixth with 6:57. That's a really high standard of jumping.
That's a great jumping. And actually, just looking at the Irish all-time figures on the 1500 meters, Roisin Flanagan, her best is 4:16.42. So it looks like she has taken a chunk off that today. It was in the 4:15. We'll need to get the confirmation of the time, but I think it was 4:15.53. But that's fantastic for Roisin, and well done to her sister Ailish for pushing the pace out for her to achieve that time. So that's great performance. It seems to be, Jackie, you'd be more familiar, but there's a lot of good performances coming out of American colleges from Irish middle distance and long distance runners.
Yeah, and what's encouraging to see, Dave, I think this year is a lot of them are coming home for the summer. Often we find that they go out there to race and they either stay out there for the summer to recover from an indoor and outdoor season, or they don't return. But a lot of them have come home this year and have qualified for major championships and are in great shape and running well. So I think that we're working more closely with the coaches out there and keeping in touch with the athletes a little bit better than we were heretofore, and it's been a big advantage. One closer to the shorter distance, Rashida Adeliki, finished a very busy weekend with Texas at the weekend. She finished in 11th place with 23.16 in the 200 metres individually in NCAAs.
Did I hear there was a phenomenal relay performance though?
Yes, she had an absolutely phenomenal storming third leg in the 4x1 for them, and then an amazing split in the 4x4.
It was 50 point, wasn't it?
As her last performance for her college for the summer before she hopefully comes home to race at the European Under-20s. She ran a 50.96 third leg in the 4x4 for Texas in the NCAA finals last night. So Rashida hopes to come home and target medals at the European Under-20s and perhaps a place on that mixed 4x4 now for Tokyo with that sort of performance.
She's certainly putting herself in the frame, and it's fantastic to see that. It's not often that athletes, they make an impression in that first year in their NC2A. Very few would actually make the NC2A championships in their first year. So she's a freshman there, and that's must be a huge credit to her coach back in Ireland, Daniel Cagallan, for setting her up for that performance, and then also for her coach in the States and the great team at the University of Texas. But there's a huge amount of adjustment when athletes go to the States. A different coaching regime. It's when they arrive there, they're more or less hit straight away with indoor competitions. The longer distance athletes, they've cross country, they've an indoor cross country season, an indoor season, and then an outdoor season, and not a huge amount of preparation in between those. You're almost constantly on the competitive front. So one of the things in the NC2A system is that you really learn how to compete, and you're exposed to high level competition day in and day out, and it really hardens you as an athlete. And sometimes that's maybe what some of our home-based athletes, they could do. They maybe could get more competition and more exposure to higher level competition, but that's difficult as well when we have a small population like we do here, and we're an island, so it's not as easy to pop off, and not like we're living in somewhere like Luxembourg or somewhere where you can easily go into a lot of adjoining countries.
Yeah, absolutely.
1500 metres men, can you report to the following please? 1500 metres men, so that we know there are 3 heats. 1500 metres men, report to the column in 4 seconds to track.
So they have a huge entry in the 1500 metre men. There's going to be 3 heats with quite large fields in each. But encouraging to see from my point of view in particular, about almost half the field, maybe just over a third, are under 20, under 19, under 18, under 17 runners. So it's very encouraging to see them taking on the seniors over 1500. Particular interest to many viewers in this first race, Cian McPhillips of Longford, fresh from his European indoor record under 20 at 800 metres, will attempt to put his standard for the European under 20s and 1500 in the bag. Cian would have had a performance from last year, but needs to back it up. He had a 3:44.85 indoors in 2020, but needs to back that up with a 2021 performance to be selectable for the European under 20s. But as we all know, with his 1:46 European under 20 800 metre record, Cian is a very gifted athlete, and whilst he's in the middle of his leaving cert, this should be no problem to him.
And actually, we see a result here from the 1500 metres. Roisin Flanagan, her winning time was 4:15.50. So a nice PB for Roisin there. Second place was Brona Kearns from St. Sennans, 4:24.06. Third, Maisie O'Sullivan from St. Albans, 4:25.2. Fourth was Rebecca Rossiter from Lockview Athletic Club, 4:29.13. Fifth place, Greta Stremakaiti from Clonliffe with 4:29.33. Great to get under 4:30 for Greta. And Rose Finnegan in sixth place with 4:29.39. So those were the runners that dipped under the 4:30 mark. And after that, you had Claire Fagan on 4:30, Nadine Donegan 4:31, Cara Lafferty on 4:39.87, Lucy Barrett 4:39.97. So. So I'd say Cian McPhillips will be keen to make a mark here. Irish 1500 metre running has been it's been going pretty well this year. Andrew Coskren had a great run in Nijmegen, I think you pronounce it, 3:36.05, and Luke McCann has been making phenomenal progress this year. He ran 3:36.81 in Montreal, I think you pronounced that one. So,
and Cathal Doyle at the weekend in the NCAA's added a 3:39 to that list. So, yes, and young Charlie O'Donovan, particularly interested in the under 20s coming back from Leevale.
Yeah, and let's not forget John Travers as well. John did 3:37.94. So you have 4 guys under the 3:40 mark.
Yeah.
And obviously Charlie O'Donovan just outside of that.
Charlie under 20 ran an 800 metres last night in the States as his final prep race for the European under 20s, and will travel home next week to prepare for European under 20s. Under the tutelage of Marcus O'Sullivan, Charlie's been doing really well out there, and it's nice to see him. Ken Nason gave him good grounding here, and he went out to the States and is really flourished since he went out there. This race gives many of the runners a first chance at really good conditions to kind of get their name up on that list, Dave. It's great to see such good conditions, isn't it, today?
It's perfect condition, actually. There's a very, very small breeze, but it's nothing worth shouting about, really. It's more cooling than anything. So I think we're going to see some super performances here. Just again, look, coming back to those year performances, we've like 7 guys under 3:42. So I think 3:42 is the equivalent basically of a 4-minute mile. So we've 7 guys under the 4-minute mile mark, and
at this early stage of the season. I think it's great.
And these are young athletes, so it's fantastic. And then just behind that, you've Dara McElhinney and Fergal Curtin and Paul Robinson, and a load of people who probably will go onto that mark. So it's so definitely middle distance running is really doing well at the moment, and credit to all the coaches and all those athletes for putting in those great performances.
So they're going to the line in the men's 15. Robert Hewison, Kildare. Marcus Clark, Rathote. Brian Kelly, St Albans. Rory Casey from Toker. Paddy Robbs, St Malachy's. Sean McGinley from Finvanley. Aidan Burke from Waterford. Mark MacDonald from Clonliffe. Cian McPhillips from Longford. James Dunn from Tullamore. Conor Duncan from Rathote. Shane Bracken from Swinford. Dan Mooney from Letterkenny. Jack Miskella from Crockwell. Richard Owens from Clonliffe, and Keith Fallon from Galway City Harriers.
Yeah, so Shane Bracken in great form at the moment. He's done 341 this year, 341.53. So definitely he's going to... Cian McPhillips will not have it his own way here. This is going to be a competitive race.
Yeah, I think Dave Keane will, according to his coach Joe, will be satisfied just to nail his second standard, but Keane may have other ideas. He's a competitive individual. He's right in the middle of his Leaving Cert exams, and so runs here just to put his second standard in the bag. That's the task for the day. I think if he's thereabouts with a lap to go, knowing Keane, he will probably put himself in it, but he'll be his main goal is to put that second standard in the bag.
Yeah, it's that dreaded old Leaving Cert again, huh?
It's amazing the toll it takes on athletes. Some of our top young girls, such as Ava O'Connor and Amy Haid, both felt it was taking more toll than they thought and didn't race this weekend, which is probably wise.
Yeah.
Tall figure Brian Kelly on the inside. It's quite a quick pace on early on here, Dave. These guys are definitely not hanging around. Gone through in about 60-61. It's obviously what the pacemaker has asked for.
Cian McPhillips sitting in fourth place there. It looks like a James Dunn just ahead of him in third. From Tullamore Harriers, that blue and white. Shane Bracken sitting in behind the leader. And
Shane Bracken from James Dunn and Cian McPhillips.
Yeah.
Gone through in 1:58. Pace starting to tell to a lot of them. That really was a quick opening for much of this field.
So the pacemaker leading it out there. And he's looking over his shoulder and he's letting Shane Bracken take the pace up from here. Conor Duncan sitting in third place.
So Shane Bracken from
So
Cian McPhillips, Conor Duncan.
Cian McPhillips now pushing up on Shane Bracken's shoulder. So is he thinking of taking the lead, or has he got some theorem in his head, or some geography system or something or other? So no, Cian actually he's pushing it out now, but Shane Bracken's sitting in behind him. And it's
Cian and Shane pulling away
really
from the others.
putting on the afterburners now. A bit of turbocharge down the back straight. Looks very, very strong there. But Shane Bracken is he's not losing too much ground.
That's very impressive. Last
But
200,
Cian
Cian McPhillips looks really smooth. Obviously didn't read the same script as his coach. Told
Definitely
him just to
not.
come and do a comfortable qualifier.
He
But
really ran that bend
obviously feeling
superbly,
well.
so he did. A nice strong run up the home straight. Not too far off his PB actually. It was a 3:46.28.
3:46, great race.
It's a super race. So I think if without the leaving cert in the way, he's going to demolish that PB. It's a great run by Cian McPhillips and super run by Shane Bracken.
So Dave, subject to confirmation, looks like Cian box ticked, job done. Needed a 3:48 for an A standard, a 3:49 for B standard, and looks comfortably inside both of those.
So job done, huh?
Yeah, important for these young athletes to nail these standards early and be able to finish their preparation, go to their own national championships next week and compete just to get a national title and not have to be worried about times, and then prepare for championships. In the case of the under-20s, it's 3 weeks later, and under-23s 2 weeks later.
I'd say Cian will be really looking forward to get into that European Championship environment again. I remember the first time I saw him running was in Győr in Hungary. Unfortunately, his shoe came off.
That's right, he got stepped on from behind, and that was his first taste of international experience.
And he was I think he was really tipped to run really strongly, and then just had that terrible luck that somebody stood on his shoe and lost the shoe very early in the race, and it kind of put paid to his medal chances. But
often we find, Dave, I think the ones that have a little bit of a blip when they're slightly younger often come back the stronger, and are often those that come through. It's been true of an awful lot of our athletes that have successfully transitioned to either medalists or into strong senior internationals.
Yeah, you've got to be able to deal with these things. You know, everything is not the performance pathway and the improvement along that pathway. It's never a straight line on a graph. It's got to be highs and lows, and it's really how you deal with those lows, and probably how you deal with the highs as well. You know, sometimes you have a really good performance, you can get carried away with it, and it's putting everything in perspective, and but it's just getting as much of those experiences banked, and being able to kind of fall back on them later on when you come across them again. Just looking at the javelin warming up here, there's some big throws coming out here from definitely well over 60 metres, between 60 and 70 mark between Stephen Rice and Conor Cusack. So I think these guys are arriving on form.
Yeah, Conor Cusack has a standard for the European under-20s. He's thrown 69.42 this year. Conor just finished his first year in UL, and still being coached by Pádraig Joyce. So Conor looking to throw some big throws today. Favourable conditions for javelin, Dave? Slight wind in their face?
Well, to be honest, they were hoping probably to throw from the other end of the stadium, but the pole vault is on at the other end of the stadium, so we had to go from this end. So they're slightly into the wind. It's probably a little bit too strong for them, I'd say, but you've just got to keep the javelin down in that wind. Don't let it fly too high, or the wind will just blow it back. So you've got to fly it below the wind. But generally,
okay, so we're looking for a slightly lower trajectory for into the wind.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah,
interesting to know.
Yeah, and that's something that probably it's probably one of the key things in javelin throwing. It's learning how to control the flight of the implement, and a lot of the initial sort of learning stages of the event are about controlling flight and learning to throw it flat, throw it high, throw it low, and if you can determine where the javelin is going to go in the flight, you can really benefit from that in performance terms.
Okay, 12 runners getting ready for the second race, men's 1500. Niall Carberry from Clonliffe, Kyle Witter from Rathoat, Luke Murphy from Raheny Shamrock, Owen Keeney from Tala, Dean Ryan from Newbridge, David Williams from St. Senans, Gavin Eccles from Raheny Shamrock, Ross Killalay from Mullingar Harriers, just an under 17, Diarmuid Fagan from Mullingar, also under 17, David Williams, St. Senans, under 17, so that's great to see those in there. Tommy Connolly, an under 20 from Leavale, Mark O'Shea from Drogheda and District, and Tom Lodge from Kilkenny City Harriers. And
just a quick rundown, one or two results from the first heat. Cian McPhillips was the winner there with 3:46.27. Shane Bracken second, 3:48.28. Dan Mooney from Letterkenny, Danny Mooney, 3:50.48. And James Dunn, 3:53.76. And then Rory Casey from Toher, 3:54. And then this heat is heat 2 is off now.
Times there in that first race. So the second race off. Pacemaker on the outside there, coming in across. Tall figure of Tommy Connolly tucking in early behind him. And looks like Kilkenny City Harriers' Tom Lodge sitting in behind the pace from Tommy Connolly. So coming up with the lap completed, it looks like Tom Lodge from Kilkenny and Mark O'Shea, Gavin Eccles, Luke Murphy, Tommy Connolly.
It looks like Luke Murphy on the white vest of Raheny Shamrocks. And Tommy Connolly just gone past him into third place from Leavale.
Then one of the young Mullingar Harriers athletes sitting onto that front pack very, very, very comfortably. Looks really good in there. And with the other just slightly behind, small gap opening up between the two groups.
The pacemaker's looking over his shoulder there, just making sure they're coming with him. But sometimes you can't. You can bring a horse to water, but you can't force him to drink. And it's a bit like with a field as well. You can set the pace at a perfect pace, but if the athletes don't go with you, there's not much you can do about it. You know.
So it looks like Owen Keeney from Tala has gone up beside Gavin Eccles from Raheny. Tommy Connolly from Leavale. Niall Carberry from Clonliffe. Tom Lodge dropping back, having paid the price for taking probably too close order to the pacemaker in the early stages.
Tommy Connolly just seems to be taking charge of things now. He's the pacemaker is really pushing it out over this bend.
Pacemaker's taking them a long way.
He's really trying to draw them out.
Perhaps we're wrong, Dave. Maybe he's in the race. He looks like.
Yeah. This could be the biggest faux pas ever. Clonliffe coming up in third there, Niall Carberry, or fourth. Well, it looks like to me like the pacemaker has decided, no, I want a bit of the action here. Oh no, he has dropped out now.
So Tommy Connolly and Niall Carberry push on with Owen Keeney from Tala. Tommy's trying to chase down a 1500 metre standard for the under 20s, having enjoyed most of his success over 800. He's obviously decided to move up to 1500 today.
Guys are going well.
I think he's just going to be a little bit outside that, unfortunately, but this will be a
Niall Carberry
good run by him.
coming strong here on the outside.
So Niall Carberry and Tommy Connolly
Very
locked in
strong
battle
run.
up the
This is
straight.
going to be right to the line, I think. It's going to be neck and neck. Niall Carberry pushes
just
it
getting the
out.
better of
Niall's going to take the win.
Tommy Connolly and Owen
And
Keeney.
Niall Carberry obviously decided that the race being in Santry, he says nobody was going to take the win from him on his home track.
And that looked
So,
like quite a strong run from the
Clonard.
under 17 Mullingar Harrier athlete there in 5th.
It's a good competitive race. It's great to see some competitive races here now.
So Dave, the men's decathlon, they're on a rest at the moment, are they?
No, they're actually getting ready for javelin. Actually,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. It's the ninth event of the decathlon. So
Oh yeah, it's one of the Chambers brothers throwing just there.
yeah, day 2 of the javelin is it's a difficult day for the majority of decathletes, in that probably the best decathletes, the majority of decathletes anyway, would tend to have a sprints and jumps background, and the second day has 2 throwing events in the discus and the javelin, and then it also has the pole vault in between that, so it was a very technical day. So sometimes you see very strong performances on day 1, and then sometimes the athletes can be found out a little bit on day 2, you know.
Men's pole vault, Dave, is going on here. These pole vaults always go on for quite some time. The bar is at 3 metres 65, and a first time clearance by Joshua Fitzgerald from Leevale. Conor Flanagan from Heaney Shamrock cleared 3:05. Ben Connolly had a first time clearance at 3:45, but has unfortunately gone out at 3:65. Ben Connolly from Nina. Adam Nolan from St. Lawrence O'Toole had a first time clearance at 3:65. Conor Callan from Leevale and Shane Power from St. Joseph's, and Matthew Callan and Keenan and David Donegan have all not come in yet to the competition. Art Murray, unattached, had a first time clearance at 3:25, and is on his third attempt at 3:65. And Ty Bryan, also unattached, had 3 failures at 3:45.
Yeah, pole vault is it's kind of developing in a couple of pockets around the country. I see the Carlow Vest over there, and or the St. Lawrence O'Toole rather, and so they're doing some great work. They've invested hugely in pole vaults with new mats and uprights and great setup in their indoor centre there, and then the Leevale Centre in Cork, the Leevale High Performance Centre, there's some great work going on there with the coaches down there, Eamon Flanagan, and there's a great group of athletes who are really starting to make a mark.
That looked like Conor Callan popping over that, was it? Conor's young, one of our bright young prospects for pole vault, former gymnast.
Yeah, it's an event that really suits those with gymnastic ability, and a lot of gymnasts convert to pole vault, but they need to bring a lot of speed in, and when you plant that pole vault into that box, there's huge impact on the shoulder, and so you need a huge amount of core strength and control to actually just roll your body under the bar and have it's like a combination of bravery and strength and aggression, and there's so many components to it. But generally, the top pole vaulters are just superb all-round athletes. I always remember they used to have an old program on television called The Superstars, where athletes of different sports would go against each other, and the people of my generation might remember it, but they'd be forced to do a lot of different things like weightlifting and swimming and sprinting and jumping and maybe football skills, but the pole vaulters tended to do phenomenally well at it. Yeah.
Heat 3 of the men's 1500 ready to go. Oisin Toy of Finn Valley, Garrod Long from St. Senans, Gavin Cooney from Crockwell, Daniel Buckley from Leavell, Shane Spring from Raheny Shamrock, Robert Kelly from Raheny Shamrock, Rory Mulholland from Northeast Runners, Thomas Richards from St. Cocos, Robert Kennedy from Templemore, and Tony Fogarty from Templemore. Sun's come out a bit more for these latter races.
Yeah, it's lovely, absolutely beautiful here in Morton Stadium at the moment, and huge credit has to go to the ground staff here. They have the stadium looking absolutely fantastic, and they were working feverishly all through the lockdown. The manager here, Sean O'Reilly, he's got a fantastic crew of staff here, and they've this place is just pristine at the moment. Yeah.
So Oisin Toyo and Thomas Richards sitting in behind the early pace. By the Raheny Shamrock pair, Shane Spring and Robert Kelly. Daniel Buckley from Leavell looks comfortable in the early stages.
So that's Robert Kennedy of Templemore leading it out. The great Templemore club in Tipperary, and been followed by the great Finn Valley club from Donegal.
Oisin Toyo from Finn Valley. And Thomas Richards from St. Cocos, with Rory Mulholland moving up on his shoulders.
So, well done. Well done. So Templemore still leading.
Tony.
Robert Kennedy. No, it is. It is.
Robert Kennedy from Templemore leads from Rory Mulholland from Northeast Runners, and Oisin Toy of Finn Valley at the
So 3:06 at the bell.
Followed by the Raheny Shamrock duo of Shane Spring and Robert Kelly, and Daniel Buckley from Leavell.
And just looking at this race, probably the best PB in this race is around the 4:10 mark. So these guys are running very well.
Oisin Toy from Finn Valley making his move down the back.
He's really putting in a big burst down there. I wonder, has he gone too early though?
Oisin is just under 19, so good to see him with strength in the latter stages of the race.
I thought Robert Kennedy was going to stay with him, but I think Oisin Toy probably has made a really significant break there. I don't think there's any coming back from that. He looks strong coming into the home straight. And striding it out really well down the... So...
Shintoy is going to be close to his PB of 4:10 here, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just fractionally. Oh,
4:09.92.
wait, it looks like 4:09.92, so, but it just dipped under a new PB for Shintoy from Finn Valley.
So that's a fantastic performance. It makes me think of Sergei Bubka. When there was a bonus on offer for breaking a world record, he used to break it by 1 centimetre, and then that was it. He'd leave the competition. He'd leave the next centimetre for the next competition and the next bonus. So maybe Oisin Toy's doing the same thing. He's breaking his PB by 1 second at a time. So that's the 1500 metre races completed, and some super races there actually. It kind of would really whet the appetite for the national championships, which are coming up in a couple of weeks' time. I'm sure we'd see a lot of these people back here, if not all of them, and it's going to be incredibly exciting.
So Dave, moving into the discus in the senior men's decathlon, Michael Bowler leads from Rolas Alusa and Shane Aston, with Michael Healy in 4th, Mark Tierney in 5th, and Sean Carlin in 6th. Actually, just looking more closely at the sheet, it would appear that their javelin points in for Michael and Rolus, but not for Shane, so I think that may be not the correct update. We'll bring you a full update after all the javelin scores are in. Hoping that Shane didn't have a no throw in the javelin.
Could be he's had a no throw.
The javelin is one of his stronger events.
Here's Alusa in the javelin. As we were saying earlier, it's neck and neck between Rolus and Shane. So
a big throw there from Rolus.
Yeah, it looks in the region of about 42 meters. It's be quite a respectable throw for Rolus. Our statistician support here has Elizabeth Moreland has said that his best is around the 48 mark. But Rolus, when he runs in, it's not quite in getting his full body into the throw. It's very much an arm throw. Michael Healy from Youghal, it's around the 40 metre mark. Michael's a phenomenally strong athlete. He comes from a family of throwers. His older brother Barry is a super discus thrower and a really strong power lifter. But Michael got similar strength, and but he's able to convert that into incredible high jump. He did 190 yesterday. And now we have Shane Aston.
Shane clap here on the javelin run up.
He's clapping his hands, and he probably wants the support in that rhythm. It's the rhythm that he wants to bring into his run up. That's a nice throw.
That looks pretty decent throw.
Probably in the region of about 56 meters. 57 meters, I'd say.
Valuable points for Shane in that.
Shane's best. He's really looking to break the 60 meter mark.
I think that wind is probably going to hamper those aspirations today.
It's actually 52 meters 79. So he'll be a little disappointed with that.
Dave, while we await the next thrower, I can bring you an update from the ladies' discus, where the winner was Casey Mulvey, 44 meters and 84.
Ooh.
Casey from Inivale, under 20, better known as a shot putter.
That's a personal best for Casey. So she'll be very happy with that. Casey's obviously had recent success at the European Throwing Cup, where she threw 15.62 at the finished 4th place in the under 23 event, which is fantastic considering she's only 18 years old. But
and Casey has a number of standards for the European under 20s later in Tallinn. We look forward to having her hopefully selected for that.
Yeah, she hasn't actually done a lot of discus throwing, so she'd be very, very happy with that result. Casey's heading off at the end of August to DePaul University in Chicago, where she's going to spend 4 years there, and hopefully we're going to see great things from her. So we've Connor Cusack on the run-up now, and Connor's the leading thrower from Ireland this year. Ooh, and he didn't like the feel of that run-up, and so he's backed out, and he's gone back down the run-up.
Reset and go again as long as he's within a certain time frame.
Yeah, you've only a limited amount of time. I think it's 45 seconds, I think. They had or is it? I can't remember. They changed this around so much.
It's been 90 seconds, it's been 45 seconds. They keep changing the times, but I don't believe there is actually a time clock today. That looks like a very, very good throw. That's a really good throw there from Connor. That's close to the 70 metre mark, is it?
Yeah, it's definitely
strange angle from here.
65 metre plus anyway. It's hard to tell at the angle sometimes with the sector. Probably 66 is my guess. He actually collapsed a little bit on the when he 66.92. So maybe the machine is not calibrated right, and my guess is actually right.
While we wait the next throw, I'll just bring the remaining results of the discus. So, as we said, a win for Casey Mulvey from Inivale. Second, Anna Gavin from Lambay Sports Academy, 38.41. Third was Holly Wright from Crookstown Millview, 36.43. Fourth, Niamh Quinn from Cushinstown, 33.83. Fifth, Hannah Wilson on Attach, 32.79. Sixth, Kiana Nolan from St. Lawrence O'Toole, 31.89. Seventh, Niamh McCarthy, Leevale, 31.18. And eighth, Aisling O'Brien, DMP, 28.62.
Those are great results. Anna Gavigan, I think that's
it. Ninth, apologies. Yeah. Emer Halpin just slipped off my page here. Menapians, 27.24.
So apart from Casey Mulvey's PB, I think that's a personal best for Anna Gavigan from Lambay Sports Academy, 38.41, and Holly Wright as well. That's a great throw from her with 36. And just further down, we've Niamh McCarthy. Niamh, who was a gold medalist at the recent European Paralympic Championships, and that's Niamh's best throw for a couple of years, with 31.18. So she'll be delighted with that. She threw 30.03 at the recent Paralympic Championships, so that would it's pushing her back up there in the putting her towards medal contention for Tokyo.
That's great. That's absolutely super.
She's a medalist in the last games in Rio. And when she was relatively new to the event, but 4 more years under her belt now, or 5 more years under her belt. But so let's hope Niamh gets back on the on that podium again. Here's one of the Chambers brothers, just from a distance here. I can't differentiate, but.
To update from the pole vault, Conor Callanan is on his third attempt at 4 meters 15. Young Conor, under 18 athlete. Ooh, just takes that off at his heels. So
Javelin's it's a tough event for those who are not conditioned for it day in and day out. You know, I think when you're a decathlete or a heptathlete and you only get maybe one training session a week at javelin, you don't get a huge time to be technically proficient, and it's very, very sore on the body if you get it wrong. If you come through at the wrong angle, you bring your elbow through low. There's all sorts of pains come through the body, and speaking from experience and elbow surgeries and whatnot, I recommend you get a good coach early in your career. So. So I'll be very curious to find out how the World Athletics Combined Events Challenge is going in Arona today. Unfortunately, Kate O'Connor had to pull out due to just a small injury. But Ireland has two athletes in the junior event: Troy McConville, who was lying in 6th after day 1, and Dermot O'Connor, who's in a phenomenal 2nd place after day 1. I think he had possibly had 4 personal bests in out of his 5 events in day 1. So he and I believe he started off with a sub 15 110 hurdles today. So looking forward to find out his results as the day goes on. I think they have large break between their morning and afternoon session, so it might not be until later this evening until we find out. So Rolus Salusa coming in the javelin. That looks like a much better throw. What was it the first round? 42? 42 in the first round? So we had 41 in the first round, 41 meters. And that's a huge improvement, 45 meters 86. So it's between Shane Aston and Rolus Salusa for the overall glory in this event. So Rolus was leading by, I think, approximately 100 points going into this event. So Shane will definitely need to be on the top of his form to try and close that gap, and then I think it's going to be winner takes all in the 1500 meters. Shane particularly likes the javelin. It's one of his favorite events. I think in training recently he's been going close to the 60-meter mark, and so if he can reproduce that here, it's I think it'll probably put him back in the lead. So Shane's from the Trim Club in County Meath. Also works in athletics as a regional development officer for Athletics Ireland. And he's based in the Carlow area with Carlow IT and the clubs in the Carlow and Kilkenny region. So hopefully they're all shouting for Shane today. And that's a nice looking throw. Looks like a good improvement. Probably in the region of about 53 meters. He missed it. 53.90. 99. Oh, it's nearly 54 meters. Who needs a tape? There's Mark Tierney from Nina. Mark's been putting in some really good good performances over the last 2 days. He still ended up with PB, I think. That's a big throw, another big throw from Connor Cusack. It looks similar to his first round throw. He should get a result any second now. So it's 66 meters 70. So I think Connor probably, I'm sure it's in his mind to actually get through that 70-meter barrier today.
And news from Verona, the under 20 men decathlon completed their discus and have just started their pole vault.
Okay. Sorry, Jackie, I thought you were going to give us, you're going to keep us in suspense here? Or?
Bar's at 4 meters 50.
Oh. Well, so we've Stephen Rice from Clonliffe coming in. He fouled his last throw. So Stephen has a best PB of 75 meters, and his training has a lot of the markers seem to be all pointing in the right direction. So let's hope it comes through here. That's definitely a much bigger throw. That's a huge throw. It looks, it's a red flag, unfortunately, but the throw is probably about 70 meters plus, 71 maybe. So he'll be bugging him. Definitely giving himself a kick in the ass there for that now. So it's early days yet. Couple more throws to go with these guys.
On track, the women are getting ready to 400. I'll bring you the heats in a couple of minutes when we finish watching Connor's next throw.
Here's Connor Cusack. So obviously the decathletes have bowed out now. We're into the fourth round. So decathletes actually they only get three attempts at the javelin, but the guys that are in the AAI games, so it's been good that they've run this competition together, and the javelin specialists will hopefully bring the decathlete standards up. But now it's left to the specialists now. So Connor Cusack has given himself a few slaps there. Running in nicely. That's good. Probably a little bit down, I think, on his previous distances. So he did 66 earlier. I think it probably looks in the region of about 63, 64. maybe the wind is getting 63.67.
That wind seems to have picked up a lot, Dave, and I think maybe his trajectory was a little high. You said he needs a little lower trajectory into a stronger wind. So
Yeah.
probably something he'll have to take note of for his next throw.
Yeah, it's not as it's a difficult thing to control. You know, it's not a matter of just aiming the javelin higher or lower. You know, it's about changing the whole shape of how your body runs up and how you bring your body through the finish line or through the throwing action. If you want the javelin to go a lot flatter, you've got to keep your shoulders a lot flatter as you come into that last stride. If you're looking for a little bit of a higher flight, you probably want your left shoulder, your lead shoulder, kind of to be slightly higher. And then it's bringing, you know, even though you're adjusting the shape of your body as you go through the throwing action, you've got to try and bring your speed through that shape. So it's very technical in trying to set that up.
Bringing you an update from the pole vault. Young Conor Callan of Leavell, who's just under 18, has just cleared 4:45 on his first attempt. Shane Power of St. Joseph's on the runway now. Ooh, just a little timing issue there, but we'll fix that before his next jump.
So we've Stephen Rice back in the javelin now. Oh, this is, I think he's really caught this one. That looks very good. It's definitely over the 70-meter mark. So this is going to be the leading throw.
Next event on the track at 4:40 will be the women's 400 meters, and in the next few minutes we'll be asking
If the cones are right. Sometimes we're looking 71 meters and 4 centimeters. So that's great throw by Stephen Rice. So that moves Stephen to the #1 position in Ireland this year. So Conor Cusack, who's just been robbed of that position, let's see what he has to say about it. So last round, and final attempt. Bringing good speed in. And it's a much flatter trajectory, but it's very good throw.
Good throw from Conor. Don't think quite as far as Stevens, but
I think it's definitely Conor's best throw of the day. I'm guessing from this angle that it's about 68 meters plus. 68.50, I guess. 68.90.
68.99.
99.
Need to sharpen
So
up there, Dave.
just out.
That's just below his
I need to,
PB of 69.42 this year,
Need to clean my glasses a little bit more.
and seals a second standard for Conor's European under 20.
So that's a good weekend from Conor Cusack, and Stephen Rice will have one more throw to make it an even better weekend for him. So it's Peter McDonald from St. Senans with his last attempt. And looks to be just under the 50-meter mark, maybe 47, 48 meters. Peter's PB is 56 meters. It's just 45 in the 45-meter region there. So Stephen Rice, last round, Wesley College, and in Ballantyre in Dublin, and was living down in the Coins Cross area of Wicklow, and but now with the Clonliffe vest and comes in for the last attempt. So that 71 metres will give him a lot of confidence. Let's see if he can deliver that now. Oh, a bit of a collapse on delivery. I think he came in, and unfortunately his blocking leg at the front collapsed, and everything else collapsed with it. But it's a great testament to the power that he has. That javelin still went over 60 metres, but I think he walked out on that one. So that's the end of the javelin competition, and great to see those two guys knocking chips out of each other there, and the more they can do that, the better. I think it's really going to bring the two of those guys forward. So well done, Conor Cusack and Stephen Rice.
So in the pole vault just now, we witnessed a second time clearance for Matthew Callan Keenan at 4:45. Shane Power from St. Joseph's is on his final attempt at 4:45, and as we saw earlier, Conor Callanan from Bell had cleared first time at 4:45. So 3 guys left in this pole vault.
400 metres. Can you start making your way over to the call room, please? 400 metres. There are 4 heats. If you can start making your way to the call room, please.
So of course we had Peter Glass over 4:75 a couple of days ago, oh, that's a nice
Clearance by Shane Power.
Very nice clearance. Looks like there was plenty of space over that bar.
These guys will be spurred on by seeing the likes of Ella McCarthy qualify for European under-23s, and Sean Roth previous to that at a European under-20s, and pushing on from there. So it's great to see the standard really improving behind our leading pole vaulters.
Yeah, Ellie McCartney's been doing great work in England. She's with City of Lisburn, but she's gone through 4 meters 15 this year, and it's great to see her progress. She'll be looking forward to the European Under-23 Championships ahead, and then Sean Roth is at the University of Louisiana, and Sean's under the guidance of a coach there, Brooke Rasnick, and Brooke's a really good pole vault coach, and Sean's done 5 meters 35, I think, this year, 5:35. So it's he just hasn't quite. He did that indoors, hasn't quite brought that form outdoors. But it's his. I guess it's the first year that he's in the States. Sean is based in, originates from Germany, but his parents are Irish, and he trains with the Leverkusen club in Germany, who obviously they have a huge stable of athletes. And it's just a total quality setup there in Leverkusen, you know. So we're very lucky, Sean, competing for Ireland and doing so well, and looking forward to seeing him in the green vest in the future.
Dave, the track action that remains today is the 400 metres. Obviously 400 metres in Ireland this year. Really has a new impetus for everyone with the mixed 4x4 qualifying for Tokyo. So we see huge performances from everyone. Many of our sprinters trying to post a PB for 400 metres, and it's great to see a lot of the top women in the lineup for this 400 metres. Phil Healy obviously leads the way with a 51.50 this year, but she's closely pursued. If you watch the race in Belfast, Sophie Becker ran really close and ran 52.32. Cliona Manning, great to see Cliona back after a couple of injury-filled years with 53.16. Charlene Maudsley just behind that with 53.21, and Catherine McManus 53.90. Sinead Denny 54.51. All really pushing for a place on that team. you then maybe throw into the mix the young athlete we spoke about earlier, Rashida Adeliki, who had some good indoor 400 metre form and then ran that 4x4 leg at the weekend. So it's really exciting, the places for both men and women hotting up.
Yeah, and I think we also have Davisha Patterson as well, who's also in Rashida and Davisha are both based in the University of Texas, although Davisha seems to have switched her allegiance from 400 to 800 this year.
I'm not so sure how much by choice, but I think her indoor PB of 54.18 would certainly put her in the reckoning, and I think Davisha will target that for the European Under-23s this year. She's just recently returned home from the States and she hopes to be selected for European Under-23s.
You need also report to the quadro now, please. So that's Squeaker Cronin, Sinead Denny, Fiona Denny, Patrick McManus, Ronnie Moynihan, Rachel McCann, and Arlene Crossan.
And Dave, obviously it's a mixed 4x4, which is an event that really suits Ireland, I think, because we've got depth in the men's side too.
I thought you were going to say because we have men and women, is it?
Chris O'Donnell leads the way with the 46.16, but lots of you will have seen that Killian Green in Geneva last night ran a 46.18, so two top runners, 46.16 and 46.18, becoming really exciting at the top, pursued very quickly by young Robert MacDonald, who's still at under 20 level and has run 46.59, Jack Raftery 47.27, Thomas Pitkin 47.61, and Shane Monagle, big change from the 110 hurdles, running the 400 flat, 47.77. So
yeah,
you can add Thomas Barr into that mixture. Obviously, he's concentrating on his own individual. We know he ran a automatic qualifying time for the Olympics of 400 hurdles recently, so he has obviously got great flat speed in addition. So there are a lot, and there are going to be some 800 metre runners. That great men's 800 we witnessed in Belfast, you can be quite sure some of those guys can drop a quick 400 too. So I think that the competition for places is going to be really intense.
I think it's phenomenal. Yeah, who's to say like Mark English wouldn't put himself in that picture as well, and some of the other 800 runners. And I guess we'll have to wait and see. I haven't seen the timetable for the Olympics, where the mixed relay sits in relation to Thomas Barr, his individual event, and it may or may not suit a high performance in that, but let's hope he's got space, or maybe the 400 hurdles is finished at that stage, but one way or the other, it's fantastic to see all these guys on form, and Chris O'Donnell has been he's been making great progress this year, and as you say, was it Killian Green? And so I think they're all bringing each other forward, and I think you were saying recently, Jackie, that with the relay program that's been run in Athletics Ireland, there seems to be full attendance and very enthusiastic attendance at those sessions. Yeah, and everybody's really buying into the program, and
particularly at the younger ages, it's phenomenal. We had an under-20 relay squad session about 3 Sundays ago, and we had 100% attendance from every one of the athletes that was in the country attended. Even a couple who were injured came down on the day to do some of the static drills. So that was 4x1s and 4x4s. The 4x4 program being led by Dave McCarthy at senior and under 20 level, and the 4x1 at under 20 level, Kevin Cogley responsible for the men's 4x1, and Dean Adams still sprinting himself but kindly helping us out with the women's 4x1. So it's great that we have such keen interest, and as you witnessed earlier in the 100 metres, competition for places in both the under 20 and under 23 4x1s will be pretty intense also, and it'll be great to see all these guys take each other on at their national championships next weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe some people might be surprised that we're showing surprise at when we talk about full attendance at these sessions, but you've got to consider that this is an individual sport, and these people compete individually in their own events, so they may every individual can choose to focus in on themselves, or do I also support the team? And but in this case, they're really supporting the team and that Irish fest, and trying to get the Irish team going forward. So it's all credit to those guys, really. I don't know about you, Jackie, but I must have missed the prawn sandwiches when they were being passed around earlier.
Yeah, the food trolley doesn't seem to have made its way up to the stand up here. So forgive us for starting to talk rubbish. I think it's delusion from being dehydrated.
Yeah, some people think we're in the lap of luxury here, but yeah.
From the men's pole vault, can bring you an update. It would look as if the bar went up to 455, and both Conor Callinan and Shane Power unfortunately went out. So that leaves Matthew Callinan-Keenan from St. Lawrence O'Toole on his own, moving to the next height. He's had a first-time clearance at 455.
The first heat of the 400 metres, that's Caoimhe Cronin, Sinead Denny, Cliona Manning, Catherine McManus, Gronie Moynihan, Rachel McCann and Arlene Crossan are now going to competition. That's the first heat of the 400 metres sprint, senior women.
So the girls coming out for the 400 metres in the first heat, or the first of the series of races, but this is probably the strongest heat, and it's pretty stacked here.
Absolutely, some of the leading contenders for that mixed 4x4 team, as well as some of the leading contenders for European under-20 and European under-23 places, all come to the line. So the lineup from the inside, lane 2, Caoimhe Cronin from Michaela, an under-20 athlete, ran well in the 200 metres yesterday. I think it was a 200 metre PB she ran yesterday, in fact. Sinead Denny from Dundrunsaw at Dublin, we also saw in the 200 metres yesterday. Cliona Manning from Kenny City Harriers, great to see Cliona back, and ran a big race recently in Belfast. Catherine McManus, DCH. Gronie Moynihan from West Muskerry. Rachel McCann from North Down, and Arlene Crossan from Finn Valley. Great to see Arlene back. Arlene was a long jumper and better known as a 400 metre hurdler, and has spent a number of years in the States, so it's been a while since we've seen Arlene compete.
Yeah, I'm just looking in lane 2 you have Caoimhe Cronin. Caoimhe, of course, is coached by Lisa Dixon in the Michaela club. But her training partner, Kieran Connolly, he won the high jump yesterday with 2:05, which is really good. But then it was phenomenal to see him in the 200 metres, and he won one of the heats yesterday in a great time at 22:33. So he was exceptionally strong running. So it's good to see the Michaela club out in Leixlip doing so well here, and. Caoimhe is in lane 2, My battery's going down. My battery's going down this. Will yours work with that battery?
Yeah, do you want to try? Tomorrow morning so I can...
So looking at the PBs, Quiva Cronin 55.79, Sinead Denny in lane 3 53.26, Cliona Manning the 53.15, Catherine McManus 53.90, Grania Moynihan 54.09, Rachel McCann 55.17, and Arlene Crossan with 55.60. So it's a high quality race. And
I think the wind has kindly died down a lot for them, so that'll be nicer. And horrendous facing into wind in the final 100 metres or 400 metres, if it's not tough enough as it is. So it looks like it's really calmed down a lot here, which is nice, and the sun has gone in. It still remains very warm, but at least the sun's not beating down on top of them, so ideal conditions for fast sprinting.
just to give you an idea on European standards, under 20 standard you would need 55.45, and under 20 European under 23 you'd need 54.80 to make it to those championships. And
Grania Moynihan very quickly into her running, and Cliona Manning also eating up the stagger on Catherine outside her.
Arlene Crossan running well on the outside lane as well.
Yes, looks very fluent on the outside. So it's Cliona Manning, Catherine,
Manning,
Grania, Arlene, Sinead.
Cliona
Rachel
Manning
McCann
is very strong through to 100 there. And Catherine McManus pushing her. They're side by side. Cliona Manning on the lane inside. Catherine McManus. But Cliona Manning seems to be running a lot freely down the home straight, running away. Catherine McManus just slightly tightening up.
Grania Moynihan
Super
just
run from Cliona
overtaking
Manning.
Sinead Denny for the third.
53.08. That is a personal best from Cliona Manning. That's a fantastic run. Fantastic run.
Looks a great return to form for Cliona there. It was a good race for them all. I think there'll be some big PBs there.
And Cliona has been tortured with injuries, with just foot injuries and stress fractures and whatnot. And so that is really, really phenomenal to see her coming back and putting in that really strong performance. She had a great run a couple of weeks ago in Belfast, or last week, and that's great. It's even better today. So those girls looking at the trail of destruction through the finish line there, they really put everything into that. Sunshine coming out, so it's been, as we were saying, it's been really warm all day, but now we're getting sunshine as well.
In lane 2 is Molly Harlan, in 3 is Miriam Daly, in 4 is Laura Nally, in 5 is Sinead Tracy, Deirdre Murray in 6 has withdrawn, in 7 is Emer Lynch, and 8 Laura Crossan.
We'll give you the lineup for Heat 2 of the women's 400. Molly Harahan from Dundrum, South Dublin on the inside. Molly ran very well in 2020 and looking to push on from those times. Miriam Daly from Carrick-on-Suir, great to see Miriam back. Miriam, better known as a 400 metre hurdle, has had a injury plagued 2020 and has moved on to UL to college and enjoyed a good winter down there, so it's great to see Miriam back. Laura Nally from Galway City Harriers was another person who was on the 4x4 squad with Miriam Daly at that European Under-20s in 2019. Sinead Tracy from Crockwell, who has enjoyed some good form over both 2 and 4. Deirdre Murray's on your start list, but as you saw, she very recently ran the 400 metre hurdles and has obviously decided that was quite enough for one day, so is not running in the 400 metre flat. Emer Lynch from Newport in lane 7 and Laura Crossan from Finn Valley in lane 8.
Actually, just got some news there from, just referring back to Casey Mulvey's discus throw earlier on, 44.84. It's actually an Ulster Athletic Council record, and that was set in 1990 previously by Anne-Marie Flannery of Monaghan Phoenix. So Innie Vale's Casey Mulvey setting another record. So I think she previously broke the shot put record for the same Ulster Athletic Council. So well done, Casey.
So we can bring you the result of that first race. That was indeed a win for Cleena Manning, 53.07. Catherine McManus, 53.67. Gráinne Moynihan, 54.46. Sinead Denny, 54.85. Rachel McCann, 55.42. Caoimhe Cronin, whose PB is coming down in small little slices, 55.68. And Arlene Crossan, 56.83.
So that was good. Those girls, they really brought their top form to the meet. Good, very good running from Gráinne Moynihan there. And
she was strong in the finish, Gráinne, wasn't she?
Yeah. And Rachel McCann was around very close to her PB.
It's good to see Rachel back. Rachel ran at the European Under-18s in 2018
Yeah.
and the European Under-20s in 2019.
Yeah. She's a very strong athlete, and I think she's going to develop a lot more. So
Race two from the inside.
underway.
Molly Horan, Miriam Daly, Laura Nally, Sinead Tracy, Deirdre Murray. Sorry, no Deirdre Murray in lane 6. Emer Lynch in lane 7, and Laura Crossan in lane 8.
So, are you going to call a winner, Jackie? No. No, she's not being.
Not allowed to have favourites. Sorry,
not being drawn.
not allowed to have favourites. Sinead Tracy going off very strongly. And Crockwell.
Yeah,
And Laura Nally inside her.
And Laura Crossan very strong in the outside lane. It's sometimes hard to run in the outside lane. You don't know
run
how.
off. Yeah, absolutely.
But
she's
she's blasted out. Let's see.
So it looks like Laura Crossan from Sinead Tracy, Laura Nally, Miriam Daly, Molly Horan, and Emer Lynch. You hit the wall as you come into the last 100 of this 400. Miriam Daly finishing strongly. She's a
Middle
400 metre
lanes.
hurdler, so it looks like it's
Sinead Tracy and Laura Nally, I think.
Laura Nally.
Yeah.
From Miriam Daly and Laura Crossan, Laura Nally, Laura Crossan, Miriam Daly, and Laura Nally.
I think it was Sinead Tracy actually took that. Yeah. Sinead Tracy, yeah. So
Sinead Tracy took the victory.
Yeah.
From lane 5.
Crockwell. So great run from the Galway club.
So watch again. Laura Crossan got out very quickly there and outside lane, but because we had no one in lane 6, it was hard to see.
Lane 2, Ellen Wayne, Meggs. In lane 3, Katie McGee, Dundrum. In lane 4, Emer Rogal, the City Harriers. In lane 5, Kenny O'Connell, Lugan Harriers. In 6, Daniela Jansen, Pin Valley. In 7,
if you watch coming into home straight here, Sinead Tracy leads from Laura Nally, with Laura Crossan coming back again on the outside and Miriam Daly on the inside, So it's Sinead Tracy from Laura Crossan, Miriam Daly, Laura Nally, and Molly Horahan.
Four, 4, 4, 7, 3. No, I'm trying to work out what about if that isn't timed.
Oh, why don't we do the next race that is for and work it out and we can it's very close.
Yeah, 26 minutes.
Jesus, between. So Heat 3 of the women's 400 metres. Ella Dwan from Naas, Katie McGee from Dundrum South Dublin, Emer Rowe from Galway City Harriers, Kate O'Connell from Lucan Harriers, Daniela Jansen from Finn Valley, Renee Crotty from Annalee, and Shauna Lydon from Mullingar Harriers. Both Kate O'Connell and Daniela Jansen are members of the under-20 4x4 squad. There'll be great competition for the 4x4 panels with the forthcoming Europeans in mind. And those teams will attend to run a standard both at the under-20 and under-23 championships and again at the senior championships. We've seen a lot of those panel members in action over this weekend, so it's good that they were all able to put down markers. So Katie McGee from Dundrum South Dublin with a PB of 57.85 is the fastest in the field so far. Katie is an under-23 runner. Kate O'Connell with 58.34 is just an under-17 runner, so under-18 runner. So very good standard of running from one so young. Daniela Jansen, 57.91, an under-20 runner. So a lot of young talent coming through in this race.
That's my knee.
Daniela Jansen gone out strongly. Kate O'Connell inside her, trying to track her down.
Actually, it's been almost every heat we've had. The Finn Valley athlete has gone out really strong.
They have. Yeah, so it's
they don't believe in holding back up there.
Daniela Jansen from Kate O'Connell.
Kate O'Connell's Lucan Harriers.
Yeah.
I think.
With Emer Rowe from Galway City Harriers in third, and the Annalee runner Renee Crotty finishing strongly.
Kate O'Connell.
So it's Kate O'Connell from Lucan.
Emer Rowe coming
in
with
a very strong performance for one so young. Emer Rowe in second and Daniela Jansen in third. Ella Dwan fast finishing on the inside for Naas in fourth.
It's a good finish time as well, 56.44.
If that's verified as a PB, that's a huge PB for young Kate O'Connell. She ran very well in the 200.
Yeah, it's nearly 2 seconds off her PB. Previous PB 58.34. So it'll be 1.9 second PB.
So Kate really staking her claim on a place for that under 20 4x4.
In 4, Aaron McMahon, Ballymena and Antrim. In lane 5, Margaret Mary Grace, Nino Olympic. And 6, Kate Bergen, Moyne, AC. And in lane 7, Ella O'Connor, Galway City Harriers. That's heat 4 of the 400 metres women.
So I'm looking over at the decathletes as they contemplate the 1500 meters. They're all sitting in a group together in the stand, and at the start of the weekend they're walking tall, confident, and looking like they can take on the world. And now they've got the battle scars of 9 events behind them, and they've one more event to go, and 1500 meters. And the leader going into the final event is Rolus Olusa, and but there's only 26 points between Rolus and Shane Aston.
Okay, Dave, for those that, can you convert that to seconds for those? That's very little. That's very, very few points. Any idea on seconds?
26 points. We've done a rough calculation. We reckon that's 4 seconds difference in. So 26 points, 4 seconds. So if Shane Aston can finish more than 4 seconds ahead of Rolus, he takes the title. So it's on the line. Last event. Who wants it the most? Shane probably has a slightly stronger 1500 meter history.
But I think Rolus is a great competitor. He's demonstrated all day, so I think it's going to be a good race.
Yeah, I think it's going to go right to the line, this one.
Our fourth race, women's 400, setting the blocks. Lane 2, Maeve O'Neill from Downey. Maeve ran very well in the 800 metres yesterday, so obviously trying to put some speed into the legs today. Quiva Rowe from Trim in lane 3. Erin McMahon from Ballymena and Antrim in lane 4. Margaret Mary Grace from Nino Olympic in lane 5. Young Kate Bergen from Moyne in lane 6. And Ella O'Connor from Galway City Harriers in lane 7. For Kate Bergen, today is only her 5th ever 400 metre runners, having recently run a PB for 200 metres at the Tipperary County Championships of 25:44. So this is a big step up for Kate Bergen in lane 6.
We'll come back with more information on that showdown and the 1500 metres of the decathlon after this.
Kate Bergen well out of the blocks, and also the athlete in black in the centre. Erin McMahon from Ballymena and Antrim. And on the outside, Kate Bergen has gone out very strongly. If she can hold this pace, she's certainly on track for new by Maeve O'Neill coming through on the inside. 800 metre runner really showing her strength here in this last 200. Coming through to overtake Erin and Kate.
Yeah, Doheney's AC, Maeve O'Neill. She's flying around here.
Super. After a really
strong,
I think she
coming
ran
up
a PB
here
for 800 metres yesterday, so really showing her finishing speed here. It's a great run over 400 for Maeve.
Wow, 55.71. That's a fantastic run.
Kate Bergen coming in for a big PB in second. Erin McMahon in third. with Quiva Rowe in fourth.
That completes the 4 heats.
Margaret Mary Grace.
Meters women. So we have 4 heats of the men, 4 heats of the men, and I'll ask them now to start reporting to the caller, please, to get your name from 400 meters men. Thank you.
So just a little more information on that showdown on the 1500 meters of the decathlon coming up. As we see Maeve O'Neill going through there, it's so strong through the finish line there. So
And young Kate Bergen finished second, and Erin McMahon, younger sister of Christine McMahon, 400 metre hurdler, finishing third.
So we've done a bit of research. We've looked at the stats, and Rolus Alusa, who's 26 points ahead in the decathlon, of 26 points ahead of Shane Aston. Rolus's PB in the 1500 meters is 4:39, and Shane's PB is 4:54. So this doesn't look good but let's doesn't look good for Shane. But let's see if he can put all the doubters away and overturn that huge gap. But whatever way it ends up, these two athletes have been superb over the last 2 days, and it's going to be a great race.
So I can bring you the results from races 2 and 3 in the 400 metres. Sinead Tracy from Crockwell wins second heat, 56.54. Great performance from Sinead. Laura Crossan from Finn Valley, 56.81. And Miriam Daly, Carrick-on-Shore, 57.00. Lauren Alley, Galway City Harriers, 57.29. Molly Horahan, DSD, 57.79. Emer Lynch, Newport, 61.62. And Heat 3, a win for the under-18 athlete Kate O'Connell from Lucan Harriers, 56.43. Big PB there. Emer Rowe, Galway City Harriers, second with 57.43. Daniela Jansen from Finn Valley, third in 59.08. Renee Crotty from Annaley, fourth in 59.59. Fifth, Ella Dewan from Nace, 60.35. Sixth, Katie McGee from DSD, 60.85. And seventh, Shauna Lydon from Mullingar, 61.90. And that huge PB in that fourth race from Maeve O'Neill from Downey, 55.69. That's a really, really impressive run for the 800 metre girl. Katie Bergen from Moyne, 59.16. Erin McMahon, Ballymena and Antrim, 59.33. Quiva Rowe, Trim, 61.79. Ella O'Connor, Galway City Harriers, 62.42. And Margaret Mary Grace from Nino Olympic, 67.84.
Oh, the depth of 400 metre running in those girls today was it's getting deeper and deeper, and so the performances are superb. Well, we were told it was going to be 24 degrees today and not a cloud in the sky. Not so sure about that. About the cloud bit anyway. I think it must be the best job in the world, weather forecaster. You can just tell people whatever the hell you like, you know. Yeah, we've news in from Arona with Dermot O'Connor in the pole vault. He's just gone 4:10 in the pole vault. And Troy McConville is 4 meters. So another two great performances from those guys. I think that might be a PB for Dermot. Yeah. Our statistician here is going through the figures. Multitasking.
Men are warming up for the 400. Looks like 4 heats, and we'll bring you details of those closer to their time. 4 men's 400 metres, getting their blocks set up. Lane 1, Jack Manning, Kilkenny City Harriers. Lane 2, Owen Buggy, St Albans. Lane 3, Paul White, Nina Olympic. Lane 4, Jack Raftery, Dunor. Lane 5, Robert MacDonald, Galway City Harriers. Lane 6, Brandon Arry, Raheny Shamrock. Lane 7, Adam Hughes, City of Lisburn. Lane 8, Owen Kenny, Waterford. It's great to see all these guys coming out here and taking each other on, as we spoke about earlier. This carrot of a relay place dangling in front of all of these really is making everyone ramp up their 400 metre times. Young Robert MacDonald is third on the rankings outdoors at the moment in 2021 with a 46.59, and he saw Killian Green pushing on last night with a 46.18, and so he's looking to improve on his PB. As we said earlier, Chris O'Donnell leads the standings outdoors in 2021 with 46.16. Jack Manning has a PB of 48.58, Owen Buggy 48.70, Paul White 47.80, Jack Raftery 47.27, which is his first European Under-23 qualifying standard, and he's hoping to get a second of those standards today. He needs to dip under 47.60. Rob MacDonald we already spoke about, looking to push on from that really impressive 46.59. Brandon Arry from Raheny Shamrocks with a PB of 47.05. Adam Hughes from City of Lisburn with a PB of 48.15. And Owen Kenny from Waterford with a PB of 48.63. Jack Manning in lane 1 will hopefully be inspired, having seen his sister, Cliona, run so well in the ladies' 400 metres. Tough act to follow, a competitive family there. Almost a still day here, absolutely no wind for this 400. Robert MacDonald is very quickly into his running, as is Paul White from Nina Olympic. Brandon Arry making up the stagger on Adam Hughes outside of him. So at the halfway point, it's just Robert MacDonald shading it from Brandon Arry, Jack Raftery, Paul White. Robert pushing on then in that third 100, really making his move. Jack trying to track his move. So into the home straight, it's Robert from Jack from Paul. Very, very close. Jack, tall figure of Jack Raftery, pushing and passing out. Robert MacDonald on the run in. Big PB, I think, there for Jack Raftery. Very exciting race. Well done to everyone. So again, if you watch coming off the bend, Robert MacDonald did a lot of his work in the third 100, and Jack Raftery closed the gap coming into the final 100. Paul White and Brandon Arry battling it out for the third.
Heat 2 now, that's James Woods, Crusaders, Jack Pender, Perry Mature, Zach Higgins, North Harriers, Aaron Keane, Tullamore Harriers, James Holden, Dundrum, Cian Dunn, Dundrum, Billy Ryan, Cork Track Club, and Shane Mooney, Tirea SC. So that's Heat 2 of the 400 metres.
Heat 2, James Woods from Crusaders in lane 1, Jack Pender from Carrick-on-Shore in lane 2, Zach Higgins from Donore in lane 3, Aaron Keane from Tullamore Harriers in lane 4, James Holden from DSD in lane 5, Cian Dunn from DSD in lane 6, Billy Ryan from Cork Track Club in lane 7, and Shane Mooney from Tira AC in lane 8. So I think we've seen most of the under 23 men's 4x4 relay squad at this stage racing over this weekend. Cathal Crosby, Jamie Mitchell, Cathal Locke, Kieran Carty, Jack Rafty, Adam Hughes, all ran today. So it's great to see all of those guys stepping up to the line. And for the under 20s, some of the team have yet to come, but Alan Miley ran earlier in the 400 metre hurdles, Robert Byrne in the 200. We've just seen Rob McDonald in the 400, and Cian Dunn runs in this. Cian, better known as a 400 metre hurdler than a 400 metre flat, runs in the flat today to get some flat speed to prepare for his 400 hurdles.
Apparently,
Higgins, Aaron Keane, James Holden, Cian Dunn, Billy Ryan and Shane Mooney. Aaron Keane from Tullamore very quickly out of his blocks, as is Cian Dunn from Dundrum, South Dublin, and James Wood from Crusaders going well on the inside. It's going down the back. Aaron Keane looks strong.
It's pretty even all through here.
Very even race. Billy Ryan from Cork moving up past Shane Mooney outside of him, with Zach Higgins from Dunor making his move in the third 100. So as they come off the bend, it's
Aaron Keane seems to have come off
Billy
the bend
Ryan,
best with Tullamore.
Billy Ryan. So it's Aaron
Keane with Zach Higgins inside
Billy
him.
Ryan, Cian Dunn. And a fast finish. And a fast finishing Shane Mooney.
Yeah, 49.19. It's a 49.19.
Roy Keenan, City of Lisbon. Patrick Tucker, Dundrum, South Dublin. Paul McGuane, Carrick and Shannon. Keely Hogan, McClellan. Ryan Canning, Letterkenny. And Jordan Knight, St. Joseph's. That's each three of the 400
So we'll see again as they come off the bend, it's Aaron Keane being pushed by Zach Higgins and Billy Ryan. Aaron pushes for the line and very, very close to his PB of 49.16. 49.3 PB, so clock stops 49.19 we think, but that's subject to confirmation.
It looks like it's been rounding down by a little bit, so it might be marginally better than that. And the officials here, you can see them, they're spraying disinfectant on all the starting blocks. So it's huge amount of work gone into the start of every single race.
So we can bring you the result from the first race in the 400 metres for men. A win for Jack Rafferty of Dunor, 47.02, a new PB for Jack and a second European under-23 standard. Second, Robert MacDonald from Galway City Harriers, 47.13. Third, Paul White, Nino Olympic, 48.01. Fourth, Owen Kenny, Waterford, 48.54. Fifth, Brandon Arry, Raheen, 48.58. Sixth, Adam Hughes, City of Lisbon, 48.78. Seventh, Jack Manning, Kilkenny City Harriers, 49.44. And eighth, Owen Butler, 50.36. Result in the second race, you were in fact right, Dave. Aaron Keane's time rounded down. Zach Higgins from Dunor, 50.15. Billy Ryan Cork, Track Club, 50.20. Shane Mooney from Tirah, 50.45. Cian Dunn from Dundrum, South Dublin, 50.70. James Holden from Dundrum, South Dublin, 51.20. James Woods from Crusaders, 51.33, and Jack Pender from Carrick-on-Shore, 51.36.
This morning I just saw some highlights from the NC2A Championships last night, and eighthing Moo in the 400 metres. Unbelievable talent. I think she ran 49.9 or something like that, but her relay leg was 48.85. Just unbelievably so powerful and so impressive. So I think she's going to be the probably the new threat towards pushing towards that long-standing world record of Marita Koch from East Germany. But
it would be nice to see that sort of record go, wouldn't it?
I think a lot of people would like all those old Eastern Bloc drug-fueled records go from.
Lane 1, Luke Curtis, DSD. Lane 2, Shane Kennedy, Selbridge. Sorry, Lane 1, Cathal Ryan, West Muskerry. Lane 2, Dean Byrne, Dooneen. Lane 3, Ryan Keenan, City of Lisburn. Lane 4, Patrick Tucker, DSD. Lane 5, Cathal McElgun, Carrick-on-Shannon. Lane 6, Keely Hogan, Lacala. Lane 7, Ryan Canning, Letterkenny. And Lane 8, Jordan Knight, St. Joseph's. Jordan Knight on the outside is a member of the under-20 4x4 team and looking to post times, as many of his other squad members have. Keely Hogan is going very well down the back straight with the tall figure of Patrick Tucker behind him. And Jordan Knight looks very relaxed on the outside. Got some work to do now with Keely Hogan catching up on him just as he comes around that bend. And being pushed all the way by Patrick Tucker from DSD. So Jordan Knight pushing on again when Keely Hogan comes to challenge him. It's a good strong finish here by the tall striding St. Joseph's man. So it looks like Jordan Knight from Keely Hogan and Patrick Tucker. .21, but subject to Dave's rounding down, probably about 50.18.
Okay, we now come to the penultimate competition of the day, Heat 4 of the 400 metre sprint. In Heat 1, Luke Curtis from Dublin.
So we see again Jordan Knight, the tall figure, when Keely Hogan comes to challenge him, moves on again.
These guys ran, put everything into that event, really.
In 5, Declan Irishman, Newbridge. In 6, Adam Martin-Nace. In 7, Conor Killeen. In Southbridge.
When you see the effort that these athletes put in and how they feel after the race, these 400 meter runners, that's exactly the reason why I choose throwing. With a phenomenal performance there from Cathal Ryan on the inside lane. Cathal Ryan's a Paralympic athlete from West Muskerry. And he pushed really, really strongly over the final 50 metres. So it'll be interesting to see what time he came up with there. But a really, really impressive run.
So Dave. So Cathal Ryan 53.70 in that race, just marginally outside his PB. The result from race 3 of the 400 metres, win for Jordan Knight from St. Joseph's, 50.19. Keely Hogan from Lacala, 50.50. Patrick Tucker from DSD, 50.94. Ryan Canning from Letterkenny, 52.20. Cathal McElgun from Carrick-on-Shannon, 53.12. Ryan Keenan from City of Lisburn, 53.66. Cathal Ryan, West Muskerry, 53.70. And Dean Byrne, Dooneen, 54.18. So one remaining race in this 400 metres left. Race 4 of the men's 400. Lane 1, Luke Curtis, Dundrum, South Dublin. Lane 2, Shane Kennedy, Selbridge. Lane 3, Max Doyle, Crusaders. Lane 4, Ronan Long, Tala. Lane 5, Declan Irishman, Newbridge. Lane 6, Adam Hart, Nace. Lane 7, Conor Killian, Selbridge. And Lane 8, Jack Hickey from Moyne. So Jack Hickey from Moyne ran a PB in Cork on Tuesday night of 52.23. We're looking to improve on that. Tough to run from the outside lane, but looks like PBs around him will push him. So we look forward to the final race, the 400s for the day. Good start from Declan Irshman from Newbridge in the middle, being pushed by the Tala athlete Ronan Long.
Jack Hickey going well on the outside as well.
Yeah, Jack Hickey's gone very strongly, buoyed up by that PB on Tuesday night. The inside, Luke Curtis from DSD, moving well down the back straight. So it's the two athletes in the two outside lanes,
Yes.
Jack Hickey from Moyne and Conor Killian from Selbridge, leading the way, with Ronan Long from Tala in third. Turning into the final 100. I think, in fact, that's Adam Hart from Nace.
Adam Hart.
In the
I
lead.
was thinking the Black Vest of Nace. I was thinking it wasn't
Adam
a
Hart
Selbridge
from
vest.
Nace, from Ronan Long from Tala, and Luke Curtis, Dundrum Start Dublin, finishing very strongly.
It's going to be very close to
very
the
tight
finish.
finish.
Oh,
And Jack Hickey from Moyne in for the fourth place.
I think Ronan Long might have just snatched that. A really good dip and kind of lean towards the end. He was just behind with a metre or two to go.
You can watch it again. Adam Hart had quite a good third 100 and pushed into the final 100, but Ronan Long closed him down all the way to the line, and they were being challenged by Luke Curtis on the inside, so very close. Tough angle to call from here between Adam Hart of Nace and Ronan Long from Tala.
And if the personal best mark that we have for Ronan is 55 seconds, which usually we get that from what they enter on their entry form, but that was 51.
Rather a large PB.
51.29. So my God, it's. I think he just realised in this race you have to. Once you actually go sprint a bit, you actually get faster. But so it's a phenomenal run, phenomenal PB.
So
He's just demolished that. So
400 metres.
a new career in 400 metre running maybe.
The only race left on the track today is the 1500 metres for the Decathlon under 20 and Decathlon senior, which brings to a close a long 2 days. The events were spread out because of COVID and the necessity to empty the stadium between races and between throws and jumps. But it's been a very successful weekend, and well done to everyone, all the officials on the ground. They've had very long days, and to all the athletes and the coaches complying with all the COVID regulations and social distancing necessities. We hope that we'll see lots of these athletes back here for the national under-20s and under-23 championships next Saturday and Sunday in Santry, and then the following weekend it looks like that we're going to have 3 days of national senior championships here in Santry, Friday, Saturday and Sunday last weekend in June. So lots of action to look forward to, and hopefully some crowds returning at the national seniors, because I believe we've been given status as one of the trial events.
Yeah, I think it's really going to come thick and fast now the next few weeks. Competition, and it's just a credit to everybody here today, all the athletes, officials, stadium staff, and the Gardaí have been here as well, keeping an eye on things. And we're all minding our P's and Q's, So, fantastic 2 days, AAI Games and combined event championships. Congratulations to all the winners, and we've two new. By the end of the day, we'll have two new national champions in the multi-events. Elizabeth Moreland grabbed one of them in the heptathlon, the decathlon yet to be decided, and some phenomenal races in the AAI Games. So it's going to build up to a great summer, and a great summer of athletics in Ireland. So we're ready to go with the 1500 meters in the decathlon. And as we were saying earlier on, it's right down to the line. Rolusa leading by 26 points from Clonliffe, and Shane Aston from Trim Athletic Club. So 26 points, the difference. Mark Tierney has gone out very, very strong, and Rolusa has gone with him. Looks, to be honest, like they've gone a little hard. So Rolusa's PB is 4:39, and Shane's PB 4:54. But obviously, it looks like there's been a bit of a deal done here. Mark Tierney has maybe agreed to force the pace out and take Rolusa through in a certain pace. So after 300 meters, there are 46 seconds. If you ask me, that's a bit fast, but we'll see how they shape up. So going through 400 meters, they're in about 65, 66. So Shane Aston in third, and the junior competitor Jack Ford is in fourth, and Tristan and Dylan Chambers fifth and sixth. Michael Healy in seventh position there. So Rolusa has now taken up the pace. Mark Tierney, I think he's paying the price a little bit for that first lap. But Rolusa is actually running quite comfortably and taking it round into the home straight. He'll have 2 laps to go after this. And running pretty comfortably there. Arms are working well, posture's good. And 2 laps is 2:03 going through finish line there. And let's hope he just keeps going. 4:39 is his PB. To be honest, it looks like he has the title wrapped up at this stage. And Shane Aston still putting in a solid performance there. Shane coming through in third place. 1 or 2 of the competitors didn't make it to the last event. Through little niggles, they pulled out. So Tristan and Dylan Chambers from Bandon, they're dragging each other around, and let's hope they push each other to a really good time. Michael Healy from Youghal, so strong Cork presence in this event. And Liam Nolan coming up now. So the other competitors that were in the event earlier, they're on the side. They're strongly supporting these athletes. So Rolusa is coming through with 3:24, probably going through with 1 lap to go. So I think if he really does a good final lap, he can definitely do a personal best, which is 4:39. And you can see Michael Bowler, the former national champion. Michael had to drop out of the event, but Michael is strongly urging Rolusa along. He knows what pace he's going, and he's trying to squeeze every last ounce of energy out of him. Shane Aston looks like he's going to take over Mark Tierney into second place, and hopefully they can drag each other through. But Rolusa is still running strong, and definitely this is the final lap of the champion, and he's leading it home in style, going through 150 meters to go, just passes the steeplechase barrier, and picking up the pace a little bit as he comes through. The 2 Chamber brothers are going through with 1 lap to go, and Rolusa is he's now coming up, lifting the legs, pumping the arms a little bit more as he comes through. A fantastic weekend performance. The teeth are gritting, but he's getting through it all the way. And 4:43.50. But that's a phenomenal run from him. unopposed in that he had to run the last couple of laps himself, and it's a great performance from Rolus. So Michael Healy's got a little bit of work to do, another lap there, and Shane Aston coming through into second place, crossing the line about 5:12, and Mark Tierney third in about 5:17. So supreme effort by these guys. They've really, the camaraderie in this event is second to none. They support each other so well, and you know, whilst they're competitors, they squeeze every last ounce out of each other as well. And it's a truly great event. The Dylan and Tristan Chambers, they come over the line, and big effort. And there's a few high fives going on, or sorry, they're knuckle taps, as high fives gone out of fashion these days now. So we'd all be elbow tapping and knuckle tapping in future. So that wraps up the championships here, the combined events, national combined event championships, and fantastic effort. And thanks to everybody for listening, if you tuned in over the last couple of days, and hopefully we'll catch you again next weekend, the junior and under 23 championships, and then the following weekend at the national championships. Yeah. All the best from Morton Stadium. Okay.